Hello and welcome to Disco Elysium for my Pessimistic Apocalypse Cop playthrough. Hey there, Oliver. Good morning, dude. How's things going? How's it going down under? It's going good. Things are going well. Alright, so this is my second playthrough ever. The first playthrough was in 2023, and I had a look to see when the last stream for that playthrough was, and it was in December, the 2nd of December, 2023. So it was a game that I played late of that year. So I'm actually been looking forward to replaying this game as well. So I thought for the second playthrough, I would actually choose a certain approach. And I'll explain in more detail a bit later about the approach for the Apocalypse Cop. Keeping in mind that I don't know how much of what I intend to do can be done throughout the game. There's elements that are officially, I guess you could say, required to become an Apocalypse Cop. But then there's also some extra things on top that I've added that may or may not be something that can be done a lot of the time. But I want to try to make sure that I am choosing what I need to in order to unlock the Apocalypse Cop path, and also want to make sure that I'm choosing dialogue choices that are pessimistic, and that's going to be a bit of a balance. So I will be using a guide-ish, not the whole time, but some of the way, just to help me out a little bit with that, looking at the dialogue choices. So it might take me a bit longer to decide what to actually choose, because I might also be faced with two choices that are very apocalyptic and maybe pessimistic, and maybe the game doesn't really consider them pessimistic, but I do, so there might be a bit of give or take with that as well. But I'm very curious to see how this playthrough and approach will actually pan out as well. Hey there, Mr. Gote, welcome on in. So what was this game about in an easy story explanation? Ooh. Well, probably in its simplest form, you play a cop who has amnesia about exactly what had happened leading up to a night of binging of alcohol and drugs. That's essentially what the story is. Hey there, Anmita. How's it going, dude? Our can opener is broken, so it's a can't opener. I can't believe I married you. Thank you for redeeming that Arnie impression, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. How's it going? It's going well, Amita? Nice. That's good to hear. You're watching some videos on YouTube while being at work. How are you? I'm doing well, thanks, dude. Having a good day. I hope that work is going well. Hope you found some good YouTube videos to watch as well. Hey there, Shin. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was your stream? How was Like a Dragon, Ishin? Hope you had a good time. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? Cheers, Anmita. Thanks, dude. So here we have our archetypes. So you can pick thinker, sensitive, or physical, or you can create your own as well. I think in my first playthrough I created my own, but for this playthrough I think I'm going to look more at the actual templates. So we've got thinker, sensitive, and physical. Thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. Intuition, is that what INT is? I can't remember. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable, might begin to lose his mind. That already sounds more like an apocalypse cop approach. The sensitive archetype. Physical, extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. Well, I mean, it's debatable as to whether Harry is dumb or not, but um, going with someone who's pessimistic. I mean, you could be pessimistic and still be extremely physical. Like, you can be an extremely physical person but still be pessimistic about stuff. So I guess it's not entirely accurate to say that choosing physical would go against being pessimistic. But I think the sensitive one seems to go better with the idea of someone who is pessimistic, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. In Meta, work is quiet at the moment. You hope it stays that way. Hopefully so for you, dude. Yeah, you don't want it to get busy to the point of annoyance. Shin is going slowly, and you like that. You hate games that rush the story. That's definitely good too as well. Yeah, some stories you need to have it breathe a bit.
They're taking the hobbits to Arkham Asylum.
Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Shin, INT means intelligence. It does? Oh, good. Yeah, because I was second-guessing myself. So, INT, intelligence, PSY, psychology. What about FYS, though? And MOT. Is that motivation, I guess? I don't know. I've also got a Harry and Kim emote for this playthrough as well. Oliver INT means intelligence, innit? Yeah, intelligence. Yeah, I think my first thought was that it was in intuition. PSY, but FYS. FYS and MOT. In any case, if we look at the sensitive archetype, INT 1, Psychology 5, FYS 4, and 2 MOT. Dr. Darling, you can watch the entire stream today. Oh, that is good. That's awesome, Dr. Darling. Alright, having a look at the archetypes in more detail. Okay, so INT for this game is intellect. PSY is psyche. Then you've got physique, and then you've got motorics as well. So intellect governs raw brain power, how smart you are. It oversees the following skills: logic, encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, visual calculus. Psyche governs sensitivity and emotional intelligence. It oversees the following skills: volition, inland empire, empathy, authority, esprit de corps, and suggestion. Physique governs musculature and strength, oversees the following skills: endurance, pain threshold, physical instrument, electrochemistry, shivers, half-light. Motorics, agility and the senses, oversees hand-eye coordination, perception, reaction speed, savoir-faire, interfacing, and composure. Alright, so if we have a look, Thinker is very intellectual, but not so much with emotional intelligence, and a little bit better with physique, and motorics is a lot better. Okay, so sensitive, the intellect is very, very low. So logic, encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, and visual calculus. I guess someone who's pessimistic might be pessimistic from a perspective of not having much logic about something. No, Shin, the four stats are intellect, psyche, physique, and motorics. Four stats, yeah. Whereas the sensitive archetype is very low on intellect, is very high on psyche though. So volition in the empire, empathy, authority, esprit de corps, and suggestion. Physique is relatively high, and motorics is a bit low. And physical, with the intellect, it's low, and then low with the physique, and then low with the psyche, and high with the physique, and pretty high with motorics as well. I mean, going by the description alone, to decide which archetype which would match someone who's pessimistic, you can be a happy person but still be pessimistic. Like, if someone presents you with your favorite food, right, you can be happy about that, but you might be pessimistic about your chances of actually, getting ahead in business or something. You know what I mean? Like, you can have certain positive traits and also have certain negative traits, or you can see things one way with some things and see other things in a different way. I think humans, to make things easier, like to put people into boxes, but there's a lot of nuance that people have, which being put inside a box doesn't allow for. So, but I would probably think that sensitive would actually go better, and the whole idea too, being being apocalyptic and pessimistic, would go better with sensitive, because might begin to lose his mind. I guess you could say that some people who think that the world is coming to an end might be a bit insane, but then again, maybe not. So who knows? Oliver, this game was made by my countrymen of Estonia, so you better give it a good review. Well, Oliver, you're in luck, because I've already played this game before, and I really loved it. It was one of those games too that I didn't know about it until I saw it being played, and I was very intrigued, because these types of games can be hit or miss for me. But I really enjoyed this one, and I feel it gives you a lot of options for different ways to play through as well. Hey there, Scar, welcome on in. What is this game about? So basically you play this cop who wakes up with amnesia after a binge of drugs and alcohol, and there's a murder, and you have to solve the murder while trying to figure out who you actually are. So that's the basic gist of the story. But there's a whole lot to it. I'll get into like the thoughts that you can actually come up with in this, but the whole apocalypse cop thing is like a copper type. I think they call it a copper type instead of an archetype. So there's different copper types that you can be. So I figured an apocalypse one and being pessimistic at the same time would actually be interesting. Alright, decision time. Thinker or sensitive or physical. Extremely intelligent. Very bad with people. Knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. Sensitive. Very psychological. A magnetic personality but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. Physical. Extremely physical. Interacts with the world through his body. Gets things done but dumb as a rock. So I'm going to choose sensitive. Not because people who are pessimistic can't be extremely intelligent, can't come up with interesting facts, or can't come up with original ideas. That's not the case. And someone who's pessimistic can still be extremely physical and can still get jobs done, get things done. And someone who is pessimistic isn't, necessarily unintelligent. But I'm going to go with sensitive because it seems to be the most appropriate given the whole might begin to lose his mind, a bit unstable side of things.
There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever.
Okay, I already know which one I'm going to choose. Oliver says, just like you, Rod. I know, right? It matches exactly. The most pessimistic approach, I feel, would be to go simply just non-existing versus never, ever, ever. Although someone who's pessimistic might also be like, you mean I never, ever have to do anything anymore? But maybe there's some things that they want to do. That's why they're pessimistic, because they can't do it. Anyway, there's so many ways that you could sort of like contextualize a pessimistic response, and probably both of these responses have things in them that could fit being pessimistic. This is what I was talking about before when it comes to doing approaches like this, where not every single dialogue choice or anything will fit the whole pessimistic thing. So sometimes I just have to go with what I feel is the most pessimistic thing. And I think the idea of someone to just, be like, I'm just going to keep on non-existing would be. Oliver, towards the end of the 10 plus hour stream. Hey, you never know. This could be a 10-hour stream.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
I'm going to go with 2. Give me some more. Which is, give me some more non-existing. I'm assuming that's what the give me some more is actually related to.
You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing.
Again, we have 2 choices here which could fit pessimism. Like, I like nothing. How about you cough up some more of that sweet oblivion? I mean, this sounds like more pessimistic. Oliver, then you'll be extra pessimistic. Yeah, it's like the Animus in Assassin's Creed. The longer you spend in the Animus, the bleeding effect will give you the abilities that the person that you experience the memories of actually had too. So maybe this will make me extra pessimistic.
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
Alonzi, let's go. I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me. Again, we have a tough one here, because it's like, let's go to oblivion versus wanting to get off now. You like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me. Well, I don't know. I want to say this first choice, actually, because the previous option we chose was how about you cough up some more of that sweet oblivion. So, if the ancient reptilian brain is saying in response, coming right up, sir, smooth passage, I'm going to go with the first one.
Alright, nothing town to fuck all borough.
A return trip to the silence, please. Let's visit the ancient Zero home. Look, there's I am tired of being this type of animal, and who gives a shit? Now this one. I mean, these 2 could be considered pessimistic. For me, this is coming out as the most pessimistic of these choices. By the way, there'll be a lot of this in the playthrough. So if anyone doesn't like it when streamers stop and talk about what they're going to choose and all that kind of stuff, which is completely fine, totally understandable. Just be aware that I'll be doing this the whole playthrough though. Look, there's I'm tired of being this type of animal and who gives a shit. We'll go with that one.
Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over.
Don't stop, keep singing. Sing me the song of death. Wait, no, I need to belittle myself instead. Yeah, this one will go too. In this whole intro part, though, you can actually die. That's a possibility. You can actually die in this whole section, apparently. If you're not, depending on what choices you make.
Do you really?
Don't be naive, of course not. I want to sail the inky blackness until forever ends. I do, let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
First choice, wait, I did this to myself. Second choice, tell me what's waiting for me. Third choice, I don't care. I'm an idiot, a brave idiot. So you're Kenji, my lord. I'm an idiot. Oliver, then we can have a really short playthrough. Yeah, like, talk about apocalyptic. Character dies in, like, the first part of the introduction. It's like, holy shit. Wait, I did this to myself. Tell me what's waiting for me. And I don't care. I'm an idiot. A brave idiot. I think that's pretty pessimistic. I don't know. I feel like part of being pessimistic is being really self-critical to the point that you're not being self-critical in a constructive way. You're being self-critical in a destructive way. Instead of being like, look, this situation wasn't completely in my control. There were some elements that weren't, but being more like, everything is my fault, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go with the third option.
Somewhere in the sore, bloated man-meat around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
These dialogue choices. Mother help me, there's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it. Please no, I changed my mind. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing. 3, no, I'm not scared. I am a champion. Well, I'm definitely not choosing that third option. So now I need to look at 1 and 2. I want to say the second choice out of the first 2. Mother help me, there's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it. Please no, I've changed my mind. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing. I don't know, I feel like that's probably the most pessimistic out of these 2. Mr. Goatee, sir, there is a head on my neck and toes on my feet. Help me. How did this happen? What's going on here? Is this like a thing from The Thing? Am I like some kind of like alien creature that's going around from planet to planet, copying exactly everything and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, I'm going to go with 2.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
these voices, like, I would lose my voice in like 5 seconds speaking like that. Like, the people who are able to do that and still have a voice afterwards, like, hats off to you. One, help, someone cut my head off, it's trying to murder the rest of me. Who am I? What sort of creature does this to their own mouth? I mean, I think number one really fits not only the pessimistic side, but also the kind of like, apocalypse. The world is ending, help me, Mr. Gote, imagine the retakes to each time someone's stuffed up. Oh no. Oh yeah. It's like, bloody hell. We'll go with one.
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
And here we go. Alright, so you can actually change the positioning of the camera. You can zoom in close or zoom further out. I'm going to make a save. So the last save that I made was an autosave. So yeah, the 1st of December was the last time I streamed this game. The last part of my playthrough. Started it around the 22nd of November. Alright, we're going to start a new one. Scar, that dude looks like you, a classic middle-aged man. Maybe you need to ask for royalties from this game, Scar. Mr. Gote, been that long already? It's insane how time flies. It really is, dude, like... Because when I was thinking about doing another playthrough, I was thinking, okay, so I never got a chance last year to fit one into the schedule. So I was like, this year I need to fit it in as early as possible. So I figured putting it in now, like the days that I've got it for too might end up changing as well. Because soonish, there's still a couple of weeks left before we get around to that date. But I want to start my Ghost of Tsushima and Red Dead Redemption 2 playthroughs later this month as well. But the Tomb Raider game that I'm up to now, Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, it'll take me a while to get through, but once that game is finished, that'll free up a lot of days, so then I'll have a look at the schedule again and sort of think where we're up to with this. But it's one of these things where I don't want to spend too much time with this game, like I don't want to spend weeks and weeks on it, but at the same time I don't want to rush through it either, which is an interesting balance to try and strike when you're a streamer as well, that has already, heaps of games scheduled. I don't have them locked in for when they're going to happen. Like, about-ish, I do. It's like, I'll put it in here, or put this month, or this week, or whatnot, You need to buy a PC copy of Ghost of Tsushima someday. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, having that game on PC, and, like, a high-end one as well, like, that would look really good. Alright, so I want to take some time to go over the character sheet. Hey there, James. Good morning, dude. Welcome to Elysium. Welcome to the Disco Elysium. How's it going? So we have logic. Wield raw intellectual power. Deduce the world. Encyclopedia. Call upon all your knowledge. Produce fascinating trivia. Rhetoric. Practice the art of persuasion. Enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. Drama. Play the actor. Lie and detect lies. Conceptualization. Understand creativity. See art in the world. Visual calculus. Reconstruct crime scenes. Make laws of physics work for the law. Volition. Hold yourself together. Keep your morale up. Inland Empire. Hunches and gut feelings. Dreams in waking life. Empathy. Understand others. Work your mirror neurons. Authority. Intimidate the public. Assert yourself. Esprit de corps. Connect to Station 41. Understand cop culture. Suggestion. Charm men and women. Play the puppet master. Endurance. Take the blows. Don't let the world kill you. Pain threshold. Shrug off the pain. They'll have to hurt you more. Physical instrument. Flex powerful muscles. Enjoy healthy organs. Electrochemistry. Go to party planet. Love and be loved by drugs. Shivers. Raise the hair on your neck. Tune in to the city. Half-light. Let the body take control. Threaten people. Hand-to-eye coordination. Ready? Aim and fire. That reminds me of a great song by Cell Dweller. Is it Cell Dweller? Maybe it's Blue Star Lee. No, it's Blue Star Lee, called Ready, Aim, Fire. Perception. See, hear, and smell everything. Let no detail go unnoticed. Reaction speed. The quickest to react. An untouchable man. Savoir-faire. Sneak under their noses. Stun with immense panache. Interfacing. Master machines. Pick locks and pockets. And composure. Straighten your back. Keep your poker face. James just woke up, so you need to go slow on you. Put your laundry in the washing machine. So first step done. Well, that's good though, James. It's good to get that sorted. Get that up and running. And I don't blame you too. When I wake up in the morning, if I wake up in the morning, sometimes it's like after lunch. But when I do, I can't take phone calls or speak on the phone without mixing up my words and bumbling and all that kind of stuff. I need to wake up a bit first. Okay, so we chose the archetype of sensitive, which means that we already have something in Inland Empire. So that's hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life. We've already got something. Actually, that's the only thing we've already got something in. That's interesting. Ah, that's right. Yeah, you go for more info. You can go and it can read a lot more. Cool for analysts, pure rationalists, obviously logicians. Logic urges you to analyze the living daylights out of the case. It enables you to piece evidence together, detect inconsistencies in statements, and impress everyone with your astonishing conclusions. It's the bread and butter of many a detective. At high levels, logic will be able to solve even the most complicated puzzle. You will be very proud, and thus susceptible to intellectual flattery, for those blinded by their own brilliance often miss important clues. With low levels of logic, you're going to have a hard time solving even the simplest puzzle. Even if you find the pieces, good luck putting them together. Encyclopedia. Cool for thinkers, historians, and trivia freaks. Encyclopedia makes you a know-it-all, turning your mind into a database of facts. It enables you to draw on these facts innately, offering a wealth of background knowledge to all things related and unrelated to your case. Who knows when the history of cigarette brands will provide the breakthrough you need to arrest a murderer, or when knowledge of pre-revolutionary guns might save a life? At high levels, Encyclopedia shares this wealth of knowledge to an almost overwhelming degree. While it may give you crucial breakthroughs, it more often will clutter your mind with useless tidbits. With low levels of Encyclopedia, though, you'll be forced to work with only the clues in front of you, without any background knowledge. Copying is going to be tough stuff. James, yeah, you just need a second to compose yourself as a human, not to be the drooling animal with bird's nest on your head growing, growling on your fellow humans. Makes me think of Assassin's Creed Unity, how there's a woman that actually has a hairpiece that has a bird, like a literal bird in it, and it's sort of like a little running gag. And when you go and see Elise, and Elise is pretending to be stupid to allow Arno to escape, the guards are looking for an interloper, an intruder, and Elise pretends that she thought that they said an antelope, and said that there was a woman with a bird in her hair as well. That's not the exact quoting, but that's the scene it's from. Rhetoric. Cool for ideologues, conversationalists, would-be politicians. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make intellectual discourse, nitpick, and win. It enables you to break down arguments and hear what people are really saying. You'll spot fallacies as soon as they're used. What exactly did the waiter leave out of their testimony? What was the dancer trying to divert you from? Was that double entendre intended, or did you just get an accidental lead? At high levels, rhetoric will make you an impressive political beast, one whose beliefs are impenetrable, which is to say, one whose mind will not change, one who will calcify. With low rhetoric, though, you'll have a hard time of shooting down any argument. Nailing people to their testimonies will be nigh impossible. Hey, intruder, welcome on in. Oh no, he saw you again. It's like, maybe if I don't move, nothing will be noticed. How's it going, intruder? Drama. Cool for undercover cops, thespians of the stage, psychopaths. Drama urges you to treat the world as a stage, and on it, to perform. It enables you to lie, to concoct the most elaborate and wonderful stories, to take on ingenious personas and perform acts of stagecraft in an entertaining amalgam of fourberay and deceit. As well, it enables you to see through it enables you to see through would-be actors and their false antics. If they lie, you'll know immediately. At high levels, drama may render you an insufferable thespian, one prone to hysterics and bouts of paranoia. For to know the world is a stage is to know that truth is a vanity. However, with low drama, you cannot lie or discern when others lie, and a cop who can't do either is a cop who's soon going to be lying 6 feet under. Now this one, thinking about playing the pessimistic apocalypse cop, where it talks about, at high levels, drama may render you an insufferable thespian, one prone to hysterics and bouts of paranoia. I mean, that kind of sounds like it's a trait that fits with someone who's pessimistic, maybe. As I said at the start, like, you can be pessimistic about certain things, but be positive about other stuff. So, someone who's pessimistic doesn't necessarily mean that everything in their life or everything around them, they see it through a pessimistic lens. I mean, that can be the case too. But yeah, this part of the explanation of the drama skill. So what I might do for this playthrough, which would be good, is just take some notes. Conceptualization, cool for creatives, psychedelic fanciers, and critics. Conceptualization has a special role it wants you to play in this world, not the role of cop, but of art cop. It enables you to make fresh associations, to delve into world concepts from Jan Karp's postmodernist carpery to Revachol's arabesque architectural style, Desiderata, and even the concept of hardcore. I just remember these characters that you meet later, and one of them keeps on going, hardcore, all the time. And then importantly, to add your own contribution to these works. At high levels, conceptualization makes you go big, perhaps too big. It is ostentatious, demanding grand displays. Why live life when you can throw yourself into a live volcano? At low levels, however, you will be unable to see the world in a creative light. You'll be unable to contribute to conversations in an art gallery. Only boring people will invite you to their dust parties. So this seems like a skill that I don't want to put anything into, mainly because one of the cop archetypes that you can do in this game is art cop. So because I'm doing apocalypse cop, that's where I need to focus more on that side of things. So that's a skill I won't be putting anything into. Conceptualization. Visual calculus. Cool for forensic scientists, tactical fighters, and math-minded people. Visual calculus verses you not only in the laws of the state, but the laws of nature. It enables you to create virtual crime scene models in your mind's eye. You'll see how a bullet shattered the glass, and from that trace its trajectory with mathematical precision. You'll also count so many footprints, and at a glance discern shoe size and design, as well as the height, weight, and gender of the one who wore them. At high levels, visual calculus makes the world reveal its secrets to you, but you may be so absorbed by your mind diorama, you don't notice as crooks steal your pants. However, at low levels, your mind's eye will be blind. Reconstructing crime scenes will be difficult without outside help. I had to think of Skyrim, how you can literally steal everything, well, except the underwear off of people if you have your thief skill high enough. When I read that part where it said, you may be so absorbed by your mind diorama that you don't notice as crooks steal your pants. Volition. Cool for sane people, well-adjusted cops, and the non-suicidal. Volition urges you to be a good guy, to others and to yourself. It enables you to resist temptation, be it in a bottle, between a pair of legs, or at the end of an iron barrel which promises oblivion. Volition gives you the will to finish the investigation, improving your morale, one of the two health pools in the game. At high levels, Volition makes you hyper-sane. When you're about to get funky, it keeps you normal. It's a bit of a party pooper. At low levels, however, you'll have little morale. Without it, you'll be a profoundly unstable cop, falling apart at the seams as you make irreversible mistakes. Now, this definitely sounds like something that fits the pessimistic side of my playthrough. Although crook steals your pants. Nice changing of the word crooks to crooks for crocodiles. Inland Empire. Cool for dreamers, paranatural investigators, and mental creators. Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. It enables you to grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which sight can't see. What's really going? What do these enigmatic riddles mean for the world fate? At high levels, Inland Empire animates the inanimate. You'll have conversations with your clothing, conversations that may change the course of the investigation if you're not thrown in the loony bin first. With low Inland Empire, however, you'll be void of imagination and character, and then how will you shape the cosmos? So we already have a skill in this automatically by choosing the Thinker's archetype. Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. It enables you to grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which sight can't see. What's really going? What do these enigmatic riddles mean for the world fate? So that part there, the world fate. Fate of the world, end of the world. What happens? The apocalypse cop is on the case. But I don't know if someone who is pessimistic would start talking to their clothes, though. So that element doesn't seem like it would fit well with the apocalypse cop kind of thing. I mean, we're not actually at the point yet where I can apply any more skills, so it's not like I have to make a decision right here and now, but it is something to think about, though. So I'll probably go back to this character sheet and the more in-depth info multiple times to keep track of what things I should put skills into as well. Empathy. Cool for judges of character, interviewers, and interrogators. Empathy breaks into the souls of others and forces you to feel what's inside. It enables you to notice social cues others may miss. Perhaps a hidden sadness you could coax out a little more. A strange joy from someone who should be bereaved, or a hidden resentment that could return to harm you later. At high levels, empathy really puts you in other people's shoes. You'll cry for their sorrows, punch walls to relieve their angers, and be an even more unstable cop. With low empathy, however, you'll be an ungainly beast unable to talk to anyone without upsetting them. Hey there, Lucas. Screw empathy. Yeah, it's tricky. It's actually tricky to be empathetic sometimes. Authority. Cool for leaders, experts of psychological warfare, and respect junkies. Authority urges you to assert and reassert your dominance over those around you. It enables you to understand the power dynamics of groups of thugs, know how far you can push a perpetrator, and how to establish control of situations. At high levels, authority demands respect. Even a perceived slight could send you into knee-breaking mode. With low authority, however, you are forever in awkward situations, like when you suffer psychological breakdowns after you yell at teenagers and they laugh at you. Esprit de corps. Cool for cops, cop aficionados, and pretend cops. Esprit de corps is the very spirit of policing, the Kopgeist. It enables you to understand your blue-souled sisters and brothers, not only by picking up subtle signals from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing and able, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. However, without esprit de corps, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations, remarks that might just save your life. Lucas, you will expect my authority. How's things going, Lucas? Welcome on in. Suggestion. Cool for diplomats, charmers, and sociopaths. Suggestion urges a soft power approach. If people think they want what you want, you've already won. This skill enables you to implant ideas in the minds of others. You can make the citizens like you more. You can make gangsters turn on each other too. Many crime rings have been broken by just a little doubt, after all. At high level, suggestion makes you affable to everyone and more resistant to their charms in turn. But all that schmoozing and oozing charm will make you slimy, and you'll know it, even if no one else does. With low levels of suggestion, though, you'll have difficulty getting any kind of rapport with others. You'll be alone both during the day and at night. Well, I mean, that sounds something that fits the pessimistic angle. Oh, nice, Lucas. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Endurance. Cool for fighters who can take a hit. Lookouts who don't sleep. Human batteries. Endurance is your metabolism and circulatory system. It improves your health, one of the two health pools in the game. It enables to survive being a cop. Who cares if you can't aim a gun, if you can take a few bullets? Why be afraid of drugs that hurt your health if you're a very, very healthy man? At high levels, endurance enables you to take a few knocks to the head, enjoy a greater quantity of drugs, and shake off a few cardiac arrests. It makes you a powerful man who looks down on the weaklings who can't keep up. However, cops with low endurance are likely to struggle. The body is frail already, and the flesh of a cop will often be tested, and if it doesn't pass, it dies. Pain threshold. Cool for unstoppable fighters, guys who won't die, and masochists. Pain threshold ignores damage so you can push on, bloodied and crawling, to the bitterest end. It enables you to negate damage you would otherwise take, even mental pain, heartache, and loneliness. In fact, these things can become a thrill you seek out and perversely revel in. At high levels, pain threshold turns in on itself in seriously unhealthy ways, with full-on self-destructive behavior. With a low pain threshold, however, you will suffer too easily. Even a slap from a teenager will make you whine and complain. Kuno! That's a character that we'll meet as well. Kuno! He's a bit of a little shit. The first time I played this game, I had Harry actually knock him the fuck out. But then that locked me out of certain things later that I could have used. So yeah. But yeah, that's a character that we'll meet who fits the, the sort of like teenage, angry, sort of the world owes me everything kind of attitude. Lucas, so we're going to be a moody cop with a bad attitude. Yeah, Lucas? Yeah, that's probably a really good way to describe it. That's for sure. Yeah, we haven't got to the point yet where it unlocks, but I want to talk a little bit now about... There's a mechanic in this game that is essentially thoughts. And there's heaps of them. I don't know them all off the top of my head. But when you've done enough of a particular kind of like, I guess, dialogue approach, all that kind of stuff, you'll unlock a thought of a certain topic. And if you actually want to pursue that thought further, you can. And if you keep pursuing that thought, you'll get more proficient in what that thought is. So one of these thoughts is Apocalypse Cop. So that's why I've called this playthrough Apocalypse Cop. But I called it Pessimistic because I was thinking when I was coming up with this playthrough, maybe I could also add that as a thing too, choosing the most pessimistic dialogue choices as well. But yeah, the Apocalypse Cop is one of the Copo types that you can actually get in this game. And so that's the aim in that respect. But also trying to figure out, what skills would be best suited for someone who's pessimistic as well. But something I need to look up soon to reframe things is about what I need to do to unlock the thought of Apocalypse Cop. Because if I'm not doing the things that go towards that, then this playthrough won't be 100%... Well, it won't be 100% close to being pessimistic in every instance, because there's probably going to be some choices that I deem to be not as pessimistic as others, all that kind of stuff. But I need to make sure that I get that thought unlocked as part of this playthrough, so... Physical instrument. Cool for muscle men, bare-knuckle brawlers, and gym teachers. Physical instrument is not only your muscles and your skeleton, it is your ability to use them effectively. It enables you to do push-ups, sit-ups, knockout punches, and 360-degree spin kicks. It's a one-size-fits-all solution to thriving and surviving in a physical world. At high levels, physical instrument breaks doors, chains, and bones, and it makes you laugh at the namby-pansies who can't. You'll be manned up, encouraging others to curl iron until they're manned up too. At low levels, however, you'll have a hard time arresting anyone who isn't infirm or already dead. Indeed, engaging in physical confrontations could leave you in either state. Lucas, Lucinda was streaming this afternoon. You told her that she's like the Today Show and Roger's the Tonight Show. That's a great way to put it, Lucas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw in her Discord that she went live my time about 4 a.m., which for her is sometime. Is it in the? I can't remember now. Well, when it's daytime here, it's nighttime there. So, yeah, that's a good way to put it, though. Electrochemistry. Cool for high flyers, party enthusiasts, cops who need lightning. Electrochemistry is the animal within you, the beast longing to be unleashed to indulge and enjoy. It enables you to take drugs with fewer negative side effects. It also enables you to better investigate lurid matters. If you need to understand a chemical breakdown, or talk to someone blasted out of their mind, or understand sexual dynamics, electrochemistry is there to guide you. At high levels, electrochemistry makes you a man of unrestrained pleasure, an unrepentant Lothario who leers at people with a bottle of speed and a plastic bendy straw in either hand. But with the low electrochemistry, you'll be too innocent to be effective. Without a working knowledge of drugs and sex, the city will be difficult to understand. Look, it's about noon, 1 p.m. for her, when it's around there. Yeah, so it's in the afternoons. Yeah. Shivers. Cool for city lovers, the wisest of the streetwise, the genuinely supernatural. Shivers come when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. It is a supranatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you. But who is speaking to you? At high level, shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry. With the low shivers, though, you'll seldom hear the city speaking to you, and if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? So what happens in this game is sometimes the shivers, I'll call it an element, the shivers element of this game will pop up. And what it essentially allows you to do is hear about people or places and what's currently happening there at any given time. So it's almost like a sixth sense kind of thing, where if you lean into it, the character is being a little bit sort of like psychic in a way, being able to know, so something's going on here. And so Shivers will describe to you these sort of elements that are happening in the world at the time that the Shivers has appeared to the character in that. It's not an apparition or anything like that. It's just that in the dialogue, it'll pop up from time to time, and you can either ignore it completely, or you can just lean into it and then get more information and stuff. So if you're someone who likes to learn more about the game world that you're in, Shivers would probably be a good thing to actually select and listen to as well. For this playthrough, though, I don't yet know what to do with Shivers, so I'll have to look that up before we get too far into the game. Lucas, you're both in the same time zone. That's interesting. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's interesting with time zone differences and stuff, how you can have, like, even time zone differences in the same country, you know. Half-Light. Cool for high-strung investigators. Shoot now, ask questions later cops. Surprise haters. Half-Life is your fight-or-flight response. It enables you to sense the way situations are about to turn. It injects palpable fear into your heart. Fear that urges you to act before it's too late to act ever again. Fear that makes you frighten others. It is the aggression that lets you squeeze every last drop of information out of a witness. At high levels, Half-Light makes you ultra-attuned to the world. It is perpetual fear of your own shadow, of someone else's name or scent. You'll be ready, always, to pounce and physically interrogate passers-by. At low levels, however, you'll find your survival instinct is lacking, and your methods limp-wristed. Those who respect violence will not respect you. Okay, so before I read more, just want to take a drink. James, oh, book club with Rod. Yeah, that reminds me too, James. With this game, there's like some options where you can have full voice acting. It doesn't read this stuff, but if you have it set to full, it means that you don't have to read as much stuff. So if you're someone that doesn't really like to read too much stuff, like this, you might have to, because there's important information about skills and stuff. But otherwise, you can have narration for a lot of other stuff as well. So I've got it set to full. But yeah, these aren't included in that though. Hand-eye coordination. Cool for trick shooters, snipers, and jugglers. Hand-eye coordination loves the interactions between you and things that fly in the air. It enables you to catch coins from mob bosses, shoot straight, and understand firearms intimately. Want to know the precise make and mark of a pistol? Hand-eye coordination's got you. Want to shoot someone with it? Ditto. At high levels, hand-eye coordination makes you deadly, supposing you've a weapon in your hand. But once you do, HE coordination will compel you to take the shot, even if it's not the best approach. At low levels, however, you'll be even more of a disaster in waiting, because when the guns go off, and they always do, you'll probably hit the wrong target. James, that reminds you of the game you played tons when you were younger, Jagged Alliance 2. I may have actually heard about that one. And when they released the 1.13 mod and you can change and overhaul the game totally, it was insane. So Jagged Alliance 2, is that like a Baldur's Gate kind of style game, or? Perception. Cool for fine detail detectives, sensualists, urban scavengers. Perception wants you to be open to the world, with eyes, ears, and nose working at full capacity. It enables you to take in what others don't notice. The little wad of bills hid away in the sugar bowl, the odor of a perp, hiding beneath the floorboards, the gulp of a suspect after claiming they've nothing to hide. At high levels, perception takes in every fine detail of the physical world, enough to overwhelm all but the strongest mind. However, with low levels, you are going to miss out on everything. After all, you can't arrest what you can't see, hear, or smell. Reaction speed. Cool 4. Shot dodgers, thinkers on their feet, and pinball heads. Reaction speed is the agility of your body and mind. It is instinct. It enables you to dodge punches, knives, bullets, also sucker punches of the verbal kind. You'll be more streetwise, never lost for words or lacking a witty comeback. Your mental alacrity lets you connect little details on the fly, working in tandem with your intellect skills. At high levels, reaction speed makes your twitch reflex freakishly good. However, when your body acts before your mind, innocent situations can turn bad fast. You're high-strung, overly alert. At low levels, though, you won't be the one shooting first, which probably means you won't be shooting at all. Savoir-faire. Cool for acrobats, thieves, unbearable show-offs. Savoir-faire urges you to be better than you are. It urges you to be disco. Slip by others in Samaran boxing style, then tumble out the back with unexpected acrobatics. It enables you to move with silent footsteps, to groove to a good beat, and to lift useful evidence off perps without them noticing. It also makes you a cooler cop, whose athletic flair will certainly impress the citizenry. At high levels, savoir-faire will make you the king of cool, which is, as much to say, the most stylish douchebag in Revachol. Nobody will see you until you're ready to be seen, and then they'll get the full treatment, whether they want it or not. At low levels, however, you'll be a bumbling, feckless cop unable to catch a pair of keys thrown by your partner without losing an eye. James, not sure for what you can compare it to. You have a band of mercenaries and you try to overlord and save one island by fighting the government there by taking forts and shit. It's like RPG light strategy game. Yeah, because that's where my mind went to. It went to like maybe it's the Baldur's Gate kind of thing, because I've heard of it but never seen even like a clip of it, like an image of it, I don't think. Interfacing. Cool for machinists, tinkerers, and instrument players. Interfacing wants you to connect to machines, to use and improve them, because that makes you a better human organism. It enables you to understand interactions with machines, be that how to repair the motor of a Kanema motor carriage, how to analyze the way a suspect used a pen, or how to refigure electrical circuits. It even lets you steal keys off a keyring without being noticed. At high levels, interfacing will isolate you from society. Why bother with people when you can talk to machines? And why bother with things like money when you can just pocket that display sandwich? At low levels, however, you will have a crucial part of the world cut off from you. People use machines to commit crimes all the time. If you can't understand how a crime was accomplished, how can you solve it? Composure. Cool for card players, military fetishists, and cool people. Composure wants you to not crack, or at least it wants you to not crack in front of other people. It enables you to put up a strong front. It keeps your emotions hidden from the world and helps you to read the body language of others, to sense the cracks in their own composure. As well, it keeps you looking good while you do it. You'll rock that disco outfit a lot more if you don't slouch. At high levels, composure makes you tuck your gut in and maintain a stern expression. Even lying in bed late night when no one else can see you, you'll have to keep it up. You'll never be able to stop. With low composure, though, you'll always be the first to crack. Every cop's got a point when all that fear and rage comes spilling out, and the ones who unleash it don't stay on the force much longer. Perhaps worse still, you won't even make the ranks of fashion police. Oliver, the citizenry. The citizenry. I think that's something that's a word used in an Assassin's Creed game as well. I think it's a funny word sometimes. Citizenry, James. So it's like 98-ish when it came out. Oh yes, in 1998. That was around the time, wasn't it, of games like Age of Empires, I think, was it? I can't remember now. There we go. So that's the more detailed information on each skill. What I need to do now is look at a guide related to the Apocalypse Cop thought and make sure that I'm actually doing what I need to and what skills I need to keep an eye out for as well. So looking at the wiki, you've got a few different Copo types that you can become in this playthrough. So you have Superstar Cop, Apocalypse Cop, Sorry Cop, Boring Cop, Honor Cop, Art Cop, and Hobo Cop as well. I wouldn't mind doing a future playthrough where I play as a Hobo Cop. So Apocalypse Cop. Choose dialogue that warns of a coming apocalypse, mass extinction, or hating the world. After gaining 4 points, a half-light thought orb will appear and, if accepted, will afford the cop of the apocalypse thought. Use for apocalyptic dialogue options, example with Lawrence Gart discussing the halogen marks with Kim, then enter the thought that appears and accept the cop type. Alright. Lucas, is this an open world game? In a way it is. There's actually a whole part of the city that you can't access for a few in-game days, but once you can go over to the other side and explore all the areas and speak to people and all that kind of stuff as well. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Alright, so this is a white check, which means you can retry it. Then there's red ones, which means you get one shot at it. And if you fuck it up, well, you can't try again. So with savoir-faire at 2, we have an even 42% chance if we choose number 1. So then we have pull on the fan, pull on the light bulb. Okay, so let's actually have a look before I go further on the wiki. Savoir-faire. Sneak under their noses, stun with immense panache. Oh yes, that's the same text as in the game. Stat bonuses, oversized superstar sunglasses, FALN modular track pants, thoughts, Detective Cousteau, the 15th Indo tribe. Lucas on a white check. At first you thought I said a white chick. No, Lucas, a white check. But I can understand why, because I did say the word pretty fast. I'm just going to leave this for now with the tie. We'll come to that later. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors. Liqueurs.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Alright, so we can choose really, nothing, or 2, wipe the mirror, or 3, no way, I'm not doing this. The most pessimistic of those choices. I mean, I wanted to choose this because I feel like a pessimist could not want to see themselves in the mirror. You must value your privacy. The door has been locked from the inside.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Visual calculus 1. So we can look out the window or assess the damage. Dr. Darling, stop running around in your underwear and get dressed. That's what the game is like. Stop doing that. Why are you doing that for? Okay, visual calculus. Thought. So that goes towards some kind of superstar. Alright, we'll hold off on that. Alright. Clothes. White satin shirt. +1 conceptualization. A real statement to wear. -1 suggestion. Unsavory odor. This white satin shirt used to be fancy. It used to really catch the light. Now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. I mean, that sounds like something someone drunk would do. Alright, so it gives me +1 conceptualization. Okay, thoughts, actual art degree, and advanced race theory +1. Stat bonuses. White satin shirt. Jacket, a disco arse blazer. +1 esprit de corps, halogen watermarks. Looks like someone skinned this blazer off some long extinct disco animal. It has an enigmatic white rectangle on the back and the right sleeve. Pants. Flare-cut trousers. -1 savoir-faire, tied around the thighs. +1 electrochemistry, tied around the crotch. These golden brown trousers are flare-cut. Normal bell-bottom trousers would be boot-cut, but these are far from normal. They are someone's piss-soaked, cum-stained party pants.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Green shoe, left foot. This green crocodile leather shoe has a high heel and chrome embellishments. It fits your left foot perfectly. Now all that remains is to find the other shoe. Now he has the other shoe. +1 composure, awesome watchtower heals. -1 savoir-faire, heals ridiculously high. They may have lost some of their luster over the years, but these green crocodile leather shoes fit you perfectly.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet. Go ahead, just as long as you don't discard those crocodile babies.
There we go. So I discarded that thought because I need to focus on things that will go towards the apocalypse cop thought, not things that go to other thoughts. So a gust of briny wind washes over you. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy.
Hello, officer.
The calendar says it's March. The year is 51. Holy shit, what a month to start my playthrough of this in. March. Nice.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Option 1, officer? Am I military personnel? 2, turn your bloated face away from her beauty and just keep on walking. That to me is the pessimistic approach out of the two. I mean, the first one, this fits narratively because Harry doesn't remember yet that he's actually a police officer. But I'm going to go with this for the pessimistic side of stuff. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe le Monde. Lucas, option 3, scream and run away. Run away, run away. Yeah, and Mitra's like, ah! That should always be an option in video games, just to have the character say that. Hey there, Marid, welcome on in. No, this is my second playthrough of the game. The first one was in 2023. So for my second playthrough, I wanted to do a certain approach. Zereth, you run that fast? This game's music is just chef's kiss. Like, so many great pieces. This is where the lyrics would be. A big old karaoke mic just waiting for someone to sing into it. The speaker is connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
Well, I'm definitely going with the third choice, which is my soul is puny. That's definitely a pessimistic kind of response. My soul is immense. My soul is modest. It's normal sized. My soul is puny. My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. Although, hang on. Discard thought. maybe I shouldn't be as restrictive for what I'm choosing, because ultimately there's probably going to be some stuff that naturally will go towards certain thoughts in the playthrough. But as long as I don't actually activate the thought, yes, I think I might go for that instead. So if there's a choice in dialogue that's very pessimistic, then I'll still choose it, even if it goes towards a certain thought. But as long as I don't activate the thoughts that lock me out of becoming Apocalypse Cop. Amarid, cool. Can't wait to see what you got cooking here. Oh, thanks, Amarid. Yeah. Yeah, I really like this game a lot. I was hoping to do a playthrough last year of it, but I couldn't fit it into the schedule, so I wanted to change that for this year. And Mita, do you plan to do an evil playthrough of Vampire this year? That's actually a good question, and Mita. I'd like to play that game again. Without spoiling the endings, I do have a note about what ending I actually got. Yeah, so I got the first bad ending in Vampire when I actually played it. So because I didn't kill everyone, I'm sure that one of those endings that I can get requires you to kill all of them. So I think that'd be cool if I did a meter actually, yeah. Zereth, you usually see people like you passed out on tavern floors. So you got that job as janitor after all, Zereth. Or are we going to name your PP Soul?
Of course, like a small animal that only comes out at night, all it needs is to be heard. Through a PA system. By other people. Whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
Alright, I'm going to go finish thought as well. Because the question is, what should I sing? If it was, why should I sing, then I would choose it. Because I feel like that would be pessimistic out of the two options. But we'll go with finish the thought. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. Maybe they should change the word. To redacted. Zereth, my skills with a sword are highly venerated. Now that one, I don't know the comeback to. Off the top of my head. Okay, so we got a healing item. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. The door is bolted. A sign reads, Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. Alright, just need to check something for a moment. Zereth, too bad they're all fabricated. That's the sword fighting on the ships. Oh, is it? Too bad they're all fabricated. Lucas, redact this. Flips the bird.
man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Number 1, something tells me you don't like me. Number 2, look at the stuffed bird. Number 3, are you the bartender? I love Gart's reactions to being called a bartender. I'm going to choose this one, though, because this one fits the pessimistic side of things. Something tells me you don't like me. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. Why does this sound like AI chats? I don't know, actually.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
I love his sarcasm. Number 1, wait, did you just say I was a cop? 2, so not only am I a cop, but I'm also a hero? 3, you're being sarcastic. I don't know which one to choose. I'm not going to choose the second one because that would be a bit optimistic to think of one as a hero. Whereas this is just asking for clarification. And this one is just being sort of like cognizant of the fact that he's actually being sarcastic. But I'm going to choose the first one.
What kind of question is that?
1, I didn't know I was a cop. Are you sure? 2, that makes sense. Ever since I got up, I felt something in me. Look at your hands and feel it flowing through your veins. Now I know it's the law. 3, I can't be a police officer. This is insane. 4, nothing. I just wanted to hear you say it. I'm going to go with 3. Because that's kind of like a negative thing. But then again, yeah, I'm going to go with the third choice. How's things, Star? Welcome on in. This is my second playthrough of this game, and I wanted to do a certain approach. So I went with the apocalypse cop approach. There's a few different, what they call copper types that you can unlock. So I'm going to do what I can to unlock that thought, what they call thoughts in this game, and then go on that path. But also, I added on top to actually choose the most pessimistic choices in dialogue as well.
It is, isn't it?
Not far from here, a 34-year-old man called Jean-Vic Mir reluctantly picks his facial hair, while a dark-haired woman in an officer's suit waits for an answer. A typical police station morning hums in the background. Telephones ringing, the whir of a Rolodex. Have you seen the way he dresses? The man asks. It's like he's not even a cop anymore. Shows up in here looking like a clown, reeking of alcohol, screams at everyone. I'm done with that guy. Let him sort it out for himself.
Let him sort it out for himself. Oh, the Tomb Raider games are going well, Star. I finished off Chronicles Remastered. I got that done in 3 streams, so that was good to finish. And so Angel of Darkness is next on the list. This series sounds like Linky or something. Linky? What's that? I'm actually going to still choose these because these are more like entrance choices to a certain topic. So if I want to, I can go through these. It's just that any other responses after that, I need to make sure are as what I would consider pessimistic as possible.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Oh, Star, so Lynx is an AI chart. You can randomly roleplay with AI. So Linky, that's what it's called. Yeah, Linky is an AI chart. You can randomly roleplay with AI. Just don't piss it off. Otherwise, it might start talking like this. and then say, "You've been targeted for termination."
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy? I'm a cop and I talk to whomever I please. I'm going to go with the top option.
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Star, yeah, weird stuff. The pictures are hilarious, though. Some characters have 6 to 7 fingers or an extra arm. Crazy AI. So I'm going to ask Gart his most favorite question to ever be asked.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know...
There's something there, and it's not good. That's all you know for now.
Let's ask him again.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. No, I'm not the bartender. No, I'm not the bartender. No, I'm not the bartender. No, I'm... No, No, I'm... No, I'm not the... No, I'm not... No, I'm not the... No, I'm not the bar... No, I'm not the bartender.
DJ Elysium. Lucas, oh, he's the manager. Isn't he fancy? No, Yes, Gart is very fancy. He wakes up in cold sweats, having nightmares of people asking him if he's a bartender. He's like, "No, I manage 3 cafeterias. I'm a cafeteria manager." That's my best impression of him. A sign reads, "Mess hall reserved for union members. Doors open at 1600. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. Poor Kim, but we're going to make him wait a bit longer.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Alrighty. But first... Okay, so there's no actual narration for this. A man is sleeping at the table, wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads, "Wild Pines," encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Alright, we're not going to worry about this. A bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling out. You can't do that to a bottle of rum. What the hell? Okay, time to be introduced to the legendary Kim Kitsuragi.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
1. Hold on, who is he to me? 2. Shake his hand. 3. Don't shake his hand. I feel like not shaking his hand is something that is rude of Harry to not do. But the question then is, would that fall under being pessimistic? Because you could be pessimistic but still not be rude to people. But I'm going to ask this question.
He is your half-brother.
All right, now we'll go. All right, so I'm actually going to go with... damn. I feel bad doing this, but we're going to don't shake his hand. That to me feels like the most pessimistic out of the two choices as well. As I said earlier in the stream, these can be hard because it's like not every single choice in dialogue that will be open to me will actually literally fall under pessimism necessarily. So sometimes it's like just a question of which one would seem like the most pessimistic approach. So I feel like not shaking his hand, and there's so many different reasons why someone might not shake someone else's hand. So I'm going to go with don't shake his hand. Because being pessimistic and rude are close, I guess, but it just depends. Because you can be pessimistic about stuff, but still be nice to people. I guess, like if a member of the family that you like was to, give you a gift, just because you're pessimistic doesn't mean you're going to be like, fuck you, or something like that. I don't know. But you could be rude and be pessimistic as well. So yeah, just either or. But I'm going to go with don't shake his hand. Sorry, Kim.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
So we have our first example of a red check. So it can't be retried. I'm not going to try it anyway, but even if I was to, we've got a low 28% chance that it will actually work. I'm going to go with the first option. I don't really know my name.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
1, you mean him? Nod toward the cafeteria manager. Don't you mean the bartender? I'm not a bartender. Yeah, I just talked to him. Number 2, no, I haven't. 3, there must be some kind of a misunderstanding. You're taking me for someone else.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Lucas, sure you don't mean a red chick. Check, chick. Checking, checking, check, chick, check, chick, check, check. Just testing to see when I say the word check, if I'm actually saying chick as well. Check. Check. Number 1, yes, the police. I'm aware I'm a policeman. Number 2, what interviews? Number 3, I have, yes. And number 4, I haven't. I'm going to play more into his amnesia here. Whereas, like, what interviews? You know, because he doesn't, like, at this point, Harry doesn't know that he's actually a cop. He can't remember. So his amnesia is that bad. So I think I might play into that in this response. Oliver, redheads are the best. And then, like, Witcher players who prefer Yennefer over over Triss are like, are you sure? Hey, Godfather, welcome on in. Inspector Rod. Is this your first playthrough? It's my second one. Yeah, my first playthrough was 2023. I really, really enjoyed the game a lot, so I wanted to do it last year but couldn't fit it into the schedule. So this year I wanted to actually put it in. I was like, right, come hell or high water, I'm doing another playthrough of Disco Elysium. Oliver, red check.
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice. Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
One, dead body. 2, I don't like dead bodies. 3, look, man, yeah. 4, no. 5, completely. Professionalism, Godfather. Yeah, I want to do a different approach too, as well. There's different, what they call copo types that you can get, or that you can take the path down for. They call them thoughts in general. So I figured I'd do the apocalypse cop approach. But also on top of that, I wanted to add like a pessimistic thing, because I felt like, someone who's constantly talking about the end of the world could also be considered quite pessimistic. So if you're wondering why the frisbee was getting bigger, then it hits you.
Mm-hmm. So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
7 days straight, huh? Let's see what the record could be. We're still in day 1 in this game. Oliver, as Geralt would say. What if I told you I'm not really a police officer? How can you be so sure I'm from the police? But I can't remember anything. What were we supposed to do again? Let's get going, then move on. I'm going to go with 3, but I can't remember anything, to play into the amnesia part of this story.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our number 1 concern.
All of a 7 days straight stream. Imagine doing that. Non-stop.
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort. The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that, so cigarettes will have to do.
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
Zereth, what do you call a beehive without the bees? An e-hive, right? An e-hive. Sometimes I'm actually timing, pressing continue, and making my dialogue choice in time with a certain part of the music that's playing. Just a little quirk.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General. Internal affairs, and I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
Although you'd be like, what is reality? I know nothing but pessimistic apocalypse. It's like, go to a store and order a drink, and it's like, what would you like? The end of the world is nigh. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't actually serve that drink here. I've never actually heard of it.
Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge?
To pretend you found it. I have my badge. I'm a policeman and I have my badge. We're going to go with the first choice.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
So this choice, I'm not going to choose it. Mainly because, what if I told you I'm not really a police officer? Because Harry has, like, amnesia, so for all he knows, he could be a barber.
After you, officer.
Alright, so here are the tasks. Report your badge missing. You need to report your missing badge to the 41st Precinct as soon as possible. The lieutenant said that you can use the radio in his motor car to call your station. Interview cafeteria manager. The cafeteria manager of the Whirling and Rags might know something about the murder that happened in the yard. Ask him about it. Inspect victim's body. Inspect the body hanging in the backyard of the Whirling and Rags. This is a preliminary inspection. You just need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Zereth. Oliver, you'd be like, oops, no, that's just a shot of tequila mixed with meth. A methquila.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Zereth amnesia? What's that? I don't remember. Don't remember what?
Yes?
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
What's wrong with personal affairs? So what should I concentrate on? But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me? I'm afraid this is a medical situation. Fine, let it be.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Your heart beats twice like a fist. The serotonin deficiency makes your teeth clench. The lieutenant glances at his electronic wristwatch. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Excuse me?
I feel like I could choose the first option. What if I want to work this case alone? That seems a bit pessimistic, where it's like, I'll do this on my own, don't need other people, or nothing, just an observation. Zero, something you never would have thought you would hear a Scrabble player say. Meth is good. In Scrabble, the word meth is a valid word. Is it, Zereth? Yeah, I mean, knowing which words are valid in that game. I've only played it once, actually, in my life. But I don't even remember a lot of the rules.
Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculties.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised? You don't have to take this display of authority. You can disobey.
That would be us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself.
Even though the dialogue choice here sounds good, is positive in the context of him being able to be alone in his misery and pessimism. As to how I'll sort of like frame it, we'll choose sounds good. In Meta, thanks for redeeming the Red Dead 1 or 2 quote.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Okay, so I've got one. What's the book, boy? Nothing, sir. What's it about? It's an adventure, sir, set out in the West, and it tells this amazing story about how people killed the savage Redskins and how this brave man, hunts the man who killed his father. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Talking of adventure, how'd you like to learn how to track elk? Really big ones in the valley this time of year. We could use the meat. I know you'd rather read your adventures, but trust me, this can be very enjoyable in its own way. I suppose maybe it's a little less dramatic, so let's go. Come on. You may see me get gored by some massive wild beast. Then you could write a story about that. Very funny, Pa. I'd forgotten how funny you was. Grab your things. All right, now stay close to the dog, son. When he finds something, you stay back and I'll show you how to make a kill. Whatever you say, sir. You sure you're ready for this? I guess so. Now, the trick to hunting is calm and patience. You gotta think and move like an animal to catch an animal. A rifle helps, doesn't it? Elk don't stand still, son. You don't seem too excited about this. What do you want me to say, Pa? Yippee? Are you sure you're alright? I mean, I know all that business must have been hard on you. It was nothing. I'm not a kid anymore. Thanks for redeeming that. That's from Red Dead 1 in Meta. Zereth can't just do the one. Thank you for redeeming those. Okay, so I've got an Assassin's Creed quote. Hoshgelden Kadashim. Unless the legend is a lie, you are the man I long to meet. Renowned master and mentor, Ezio Auditore di la. Prego. Forgive me, I have a hard time remembering that Italian gibberish. Da Firenze, the city where I was born. Ah, yes, so by your custom I would be Yusuf Tazim da Istanbul. I like that. Istanbul, yet another name for this city? Evet, it's a local favorite. Come, Mentor da Firenze, I will show you around. That's from Assassin's Creed Revelations. Zereth, no. Delicious. Emita Revelations? Absolutely. Yep. Yusuf is such a great character. If they had done another Chronicles game, I would have liked to actually play as him in a story set before Ezio arrives. That way you could end the game with the scouts telling Yusuf that Ezio has arrived on the ship. It wouldn't necessarily have to be in that same graphics as the other 3 games either, but I feel like having a game where we played as Yusuf would have been really cool. Now Zereth for the Arnie movie scene. Okay, so I've got one. You're looking good, Dutch. It's been a long time, General. Come on inside. 18 hours ago, we lost a chopper, carrying a cabinet minister and his aide from this charming little country. We've got a transponder fix on their position, about here. This cabinet minister, does he always travel on the wrong side of the border? Apparently they strayed off course, and we're fairly certain they're in guerrilla hands. So why don't you use the regular army? What do you need us for? 'Cause some damn fool accused you of being the best. Dylan, you son of a bitch. What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Huh? Had enough? Make it easy on yourself, Dutch. Okay. You never did know when to quit, huh? Damn good to see you, Dutch. What is this fucking tie business? Ah, come on, forget about my tie, man. I heard about that little job you pulled off in Berlin. Very nice, Dutch. Good old days. Yeah, like the good old days. Then how come you passed on Libya, huh? Libya wasn't my style. You got no style, Dutch. You know that. Come on, why'd you pass? With a rescue team, not assassins. Now, what do we gotta do? That cabinet minister is very important to our scope of operations in this part of the world. Dutch, the general's saying that a couple of our friends are about to get squeezed and we can't let that happen. We need the best. That's why you're here. Go on. Simple setup. 1-day operation. We pick up their trail at the chopper, run them down, grab those hostages and bounce back across the border before anybody knows we were there. What do you mean, we? I'm going in with you, Dutch. General, my team always works alone. You know that. I'm afraid we all have our orders, Major. Once you reach your objective, Dylan will evaluate the situation and take charge. There we go, that's from Predator. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming those. Now, bro, Yusuf was so underused. I could see why. One would think that for sure. Yeah. It would have been good to get more of him. I wonder if there was any sort of like stuff that they came up with for him that they ended up cutting out. Because, like, not saying that this is true, but the part where Ezio tells the assassin that Yusuf spoke highly of that assassin, like, I don't know if there was something missing that was supposed to be between that sort of like explains why he chose that assassin or something. I don't know. But it was such a great character though, bro, Yusuf was. M2, you agree? Yeah, I really feel like they should have kept the Assassin's Creed Chronicles title and used that as a lot of their side games.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
One, we'll work better together if we have more rapport. 2, come on, Lieutenant, open up a little. 3, you're right. What's there to know about a lame binoclad? Jeez. These options here. I mean, I don't think this choice would fit under pessimism. We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
Binocular? Is that how they do things over at the 41st? No wonder your clearance rate is so low. Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Do you want me to brief you?
Now, bro, parts of that game were a little undercooked, but at least it only had one tailing mission. Just one tailing mission, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of tailing missions that can be really annoying. I can see why they had a lot of them, though, in the games, because as an assassin, one of your tasks would actually be to tail your targets as well. But from a gameplay perspective, I understand why players would not want that to be a thing anymore. Or at least make it so that the player has other options if they want.
Three days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Alright, so this second choice, let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer. Like, I don't think any of these choices are really pessimistic necessarily, but I'm still not going to choose the second one because I don't think, like, you can be pessimistic but still be intelligent.
Okay, well, we are police officers. It is our job to find the killer. So that's what I intend to do. You should try it too.
Love that response. A secret task complete. Now, bro, the tailing missions in 3. Oh, yeah. I hate that one where you have the street urchins that interfere with you to the point that when they actually get too close to you, it'll break your blending. And so the enemies that you're tailing have a lot of potential to just notice you standing there, you know? And in that game, too, there's an annoying thing where an enemy will have a triangle above their head that is grayed out. And if that's grayed out, it does not matter where you go. They will go directly to where you are. And I hate that aspect. It's just so friggin' annoying.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not. A security guard to find him. There's a strong prejudice against involving the... Okay, well, we are police officers. It is our job to find the killer. So that's what I intend to do. You should try it too.
Zereth, why do you want to borrow one? I don't know. Nah, bro, that stupid one where you have to get it in and out of the fort and disable the cannons. Yeah, that can be annoying too, that one. Why does he sound like Jean-Claude Van Damme? Yeah.
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
One, I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, you know, something supernatural. White male in his 40s, what more do you need? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy? I was thinking of choosing the first choice.
I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? Good, yes. Because it's not part of reality.
There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
Good.
Inland Empire. Convince Kim there's a sexy dark mystery twist in the case.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no sweetie, look at me. Maybe I am. We're going to go with the first choice.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
One, thanks, I appreciate it. Two, dimple or not, I'm a bitter man. The years have taken their toll. Three, that stupid dimple has only brought me suffering. Four, I don't want to talk about the dimple anymore. These three do, I feel, match pessimism. I'm definitely not choosing the first choice.
Take heart, officer. You're still a man in your prime. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
Nah, bro, damn dimple. Jeez.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
1, you seem to be in a chair. That's the Captain Obvious response. 2, how'd you like to roll with me? That's not very pessimistic. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything. Join the club. 4, I've got to get going now. 3 and 4 will do, but I don't want to end the conversation now, so we'll choose 3.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Two, I hope you're right. I hope it's not too bad. That's too optimistic. I'm going to go with the first choice.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
The Whirling in Rags cafeteria was on my keys. I don't really know. Some seedy hotel. 3, a war zone at the edge of the world. 4, we're dead, haunting each other, we're ghosts. I mean, that is definitely very pessimistic.
Now. We are live in a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, and the Whirling itself is in the city of Revachol. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
Ooh, here we go. Okay, so we have a response that's directly talking about the end times. So, as we can see in the Stream Elements message, turn main character Harry into Apocalypse Cop by choosing dialogue that warns of an apocalypse, mass extinction, or hating the world, in order to unlock the Cop of the Apocalypse thought.
Perhaps, dear. Perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
She is perturbed by your not knowing what year it is, but not by your mention of the apocalypse. It must be the end times.
It must have been the wind? Nah, it must have been the end times.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
1, some kind of democracy, maybe? I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners and women. Cop. We are living under the cop regime. Hey there, Milan. How's things going for you today? I don't really feel any of these matcha pessimism kind of thing necessarily. But end of the world, paranoia, pessimism, I guess. I'm going to choose 5.
Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no matriarchy.
She's trying to avoid the foreigner's part. This is because she's a woman. She may be lying to you.
If there's no government, how come there are cops? I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed. I'm going to choose 2.
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now, the RCM is all we've got.
Okay, so we do have to ask this anyway. That's fair enough.
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Milan woke up to a glorious sunny morning with only a few clouds. Barney has been for his morning walk, Junior's making bread, and you're very chilled out. How's things going for you? That is really good, Milan. It's great that those conditions are in play, you know. And also good that Barney enjoyed his morning walk. As for me, things are going good. Been looking forward to this playthrough for a while. I really like this game a lot. It's also got a great soundtrack as well. I was wanting to fit this in last year into the schedule, but I couldn't work it in. So this year I wanted to make sure I could. Okay, so we have an end of day debrief with Kim. Kim can answer any lingering questions you may have about the case and the RCM. Join him on the Whirling and Rags balcony after 2200 when you're calling it a day. The pissing competition. Apparently there was a pissing match between Precinct 41, yours, and Precinct 57, Kim's. Ask him about this after the initial inspection of the dead body is done. Get a reality lowdown. We just unlocked this. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to ask others to explain the world to you in greater detail. Perhaps try a rich person. Rich people are educated. You've never seen this game before, Milan? It's such a treat, this. It's got a really surreal element to it as well, especially at the start. And I really like the art style as well. And also the music is awesome. I know I already said that, but as an overall kind of like covering of what I like about it, there's the music, and there's also some really interesting kind of like dialogues that you can have with characters as well. So we've done these missions. Seems like your green snakeskin shoe is missing its partner. You should find it before you go venturing into the wild unknown. 2 shoes are better than 1. Unite them again. Ask him to tell you about the case. Police officers get briefed about the cases they're given. Sometimes they forget the briefing, though, and need to be briefed again. Go call Kim and ask him about the case.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
I feel like for this playthrough where I'm taking a pessimistic approach, I guess you could say that a trait of pessimism could be alcoholism. Alcoholism. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the way it sounds when I say that word. So that makes me think about this game and in this playthrough that I should make Harry like just so pessimistic that he wants to drink as much as he can. So we'll go with 3, pretty long. It's drink o'clock.
Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
1, I've been secretly thinking about it all this time. 2, actually, should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me. 3, now that you mention it, I do need a rum and lemonade. I'd love for Gart to serve me up a beverage. Oh yes, I'm sure Gart, who is the bartender, would love to be serving drinks. Milan, Gaia has woken up in a fuss-me mood, it appears. Oh, really? Yeah, that can be interesting too, with the cats.
Forget about the bar. Or don't forget about it. You should totally try to get a drink there too. But first, you should lick that stain off the counter. Yeah, man. Let's get wild. Lick it.
Well, in the spirit of having Harry be an alcoholic, tying it together with being pessimistic, this is pretty extreme, but yeah. I mean, this option out of 1 and 3, number 1 is definitely more than what 3 is. So yeah, we're going to go with number 1.
Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter, then out of the window again.
Imagine seeing that. Someone just randomly licking the counter to get some rum off of it.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? 3, I'm sorry, I drifted off into my own thoughts and now this happened. 2, I'm an alcoholic. I needed to get my hit. 1, investigating. Choosing this kind of goes against the whole amnesia thing. But then again, like, thinking about the pessimism side of stuff and how I'm linking alcoholism to pessimism for this playthrough, I'm going to choose 2. Milan, she lay staring at you, then slowly crept into your lap before headbutting you.
We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of alcohol in your nostrils was beautiful.
Mission: find booze and drink it. The hangover feels really bad. You have to take the edge off, find a bottle of alcohol, put it in your hand, equip it in the held slot in your inventory, and the magic will happen by its own.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Zareth, it's like Arnie saying alcoholism. Alcoholism. Alcoholism.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. 1, the harbinger of ruin. 2, I'm currently in between names. 3, can I have a drink? Or 4, say nothing. Alright, so I was saying about the alcohol aspect. Can I have a drink? That would fit that. But, number 1, the harbinger of ruin definitely fits the pessimism, and also it's leaning definitely towards the apocalypse kind of, end of the world speak. So I'm going to go with 1.
What?
Okay, the gloaming, I am it. Alright, so I need to choose that too, as well. The gloaming.
I have no idea what that means.
1, I've been to the precipice. Cafeteria manager. I've seen the end. 2, the human experiment will soon be over. Cafeteria manager. It doesn't matter if you understand. Never mind. Alright, so never mind is not what I want to choose. But I'm conflicted over these two choices, because they both seem to be, very apocalyptic kind of thinking. Okay, so use 4 apocalyptic dialogue options, example with Lawrence Gart discussing the halogen marks with Kim, then enter the thought that appears, accept the cop type. I mean, both of these two are very pessimistic, apocalyptic kind of thing. Like, this to me feels like a strong apocalypse kind of choice, whereas this one seems to me like it would be the safer option to choose just in case choosing this doesn't actually go towards my goal. So while I would love to actually pick the second one, I'm going to go with the first one. I've been on the precipice, cafeteria manager. I've seen the end.
What is this, a joke to you? Is this what you get when you call the police now? This guy? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
For a moment, the cafeteria manager fidgets under the lieutenant's gaze. Then he gives in.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Who made the call reporting the crime? Someone reported the hanging to the RCM. Maybe if you find out who it was, it may shed new light on the events. You have an idea where to start, but the caller could have been anyone. Call Sylvie using Kim's shortwave to ask whether she made the call.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything. You?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
He is, Lucas. Yes, he's still complaining about his cafes. Like, I am not the bartender.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
She went away because none of your business.
Nice. All right. So I'm going to choose number 1. She pertains to the coming apocalypse. 2 is, this is the second time you avoided the subject, and 3 is fine. But I'm going to choose the first one.
Does she? Maybe she does. Maybe she pertains to the apocalypse. Sylvie is not here because I asked for her number. The dead body out back didn't help either, but it was mostly me. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
1, this stuff gets on my nerves. I'm a feminist. 2, I guess I like to be thorough. 3, everything has something to do with everything. 4, I don't know. I just went for it. 5, you're right. I probably shouldn't have asked. I want to go with 5.
Forget it. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job. What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prey drive says.
Give me a drink of alcohol, Splendor. If you don't, I'm going to stick your head in a blender. 'Cause oh my, I'm going to drink till I die. Nice one, Milan. That's that's really cool. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression as well.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
130 real. I like this. I don't owe you shit. What's real? To savoir-faire, medium 10, slip away unnoticed. I'm not going to choose this, but I just wanted to show this. So, low 17%.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
This third choice, you're under arrest. Is that how you get out of fines? If someone's, owing money, you just respond to them saying, you're under arrest. Hey, Shenandoah Chad. Planetscape Torments better. Never actually played that. I think I remember when I was looking up this game, some of the other games in this kind of style, because I like this one. and I was sort of thinking about what other ones could be in that style, and I think that's one that came up. Milan, time for some police brutality. But what exactly is money?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money. What are you, a philosopher?
Actually, I might be. Since I woke up, I have trouble remembering even the most basic concepts of reality. 3, no, I'm just getting my bearings.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside. Money doesn't make you happy, but it lets you be unhappy for a while longer. If you run out of money, you die. It's like that for all of us. Me too. That's why I need you to pay me. I'm not an asshole.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. In time or space? That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Alright, I'm not going to choose this choice, but the second one is I'll live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobocop. That actually is a Coppo type that you can go for in this game, but I won't be for this playthrough. Lucas is not an asshole. He just manages 4 cafes. That's all he does. And he is not a bartender in any of them at all. Ever.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Okay, so this is the thought. Alright, so we're not going to internalize this thought, but it's a good opportunity to actually show what a thought in this game is. So this is an example of a thought. Lonesome Long Way Home. Temporary research bonus. +1 encyclopedia. Factual memory returns. Research time 6 hours and 5 minutes. Problem/solution. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over. Get up. Get off the asphalt in 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through courtyards, scaring little children. Go under the great raised motor tract, the 881, until you reach Le Domaine Eminent in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there, and your footprints in the mud. Alright, so when you get a thought that pops up, if you want to actually pursue it, you would then choose internalize. I'm not going to choose internalize because for this playthrough, I need to make sure I'm not doing any other thoughts except for the Apocalypse Cop. So I can't see the information on these yet. But Cop of the Apocalypse, that's the one that I'm actually going for. Summer door closed for the winter. Kuno. This character I was talking about earlier.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, Nappa Goofy Kuno.
Smells like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow Kuno.
This kid's ladder is rickety but still climbable. Someone is trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. This winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
The letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in Rags." There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence, too. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Pay for damages. You need to pay for damages you caused in the Whirling in Rags, or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask Gart. Ask your station for additional funds. Open trash container. There's a locked trash container behind the Whirling in Rags. The manager Gart should have a key. Alternatively, you could use brute force to pry the lid open. You just need a pry bar. Interview cafeteria manager. So we've done this. The cafeteria manager of the Whirling in Rags might know something about the murder that happened in the yard. Ask him about it.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Let's see where this goes. I've seen something here at the Whirling Gart. A thing I need to talk about.
What thing?
Wasn't what I was thinking, maybe.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Because you're not a bartender. I'm gonna troll him further and just say why.
Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Is there anything else you wanted?
I want a fucking drink, asshole. 2, you don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic. I need my fix. 3, please make an exception. I got the shakes bad, man. I need my pacifier. 4, fine then. I had something else I needed.
I am not a bartender.
Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. I think we hit a nerve there with Gart.
even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed, other than alcohol?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Got apple peels? What about orange peels, though?
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
These sound effects.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
It must have been cramping my style. It has a foreboding quality to it. Maybe I needed to lose it for the great bloodletting to begin. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away. Someone from the whirling threw it in the trash. I don't know. I'm boring. I'd rather not talk about it right now. I'm going to go for this one. Nah, bro, voice sounds like Idris Elba auditioning for Venom. Oh, really? Nah, bro? Yeah. Yeah, I like the voice acting in this. I think they chose well.
What are you talking about? Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue.
Doeth thou also thorough inventories?
It will also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Anyway, where were we?
Okay, so we have unlocked the mission, Who Put the Clothes in the Trash? The victim's clothes were in the trash container out back, neatly folded. Who could have put them there and why? Only the whirling staff was supposed to have the key. Ask Q No if he knows anything about the victim's clothes in the trash. Ask Gart if he knows how the victim's clothes got in the trash. Read your ledger and name the case. This case needs an official name. Go to your inventory and interact with the damaged ledger to give it one. Finding the right line may take some time. Done. Find your paperwork. Officers of the RCM carry a ledger with paperwork. Find yours so you'd be able to take official notes. Look around the yard. Something makes you think it's there.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love... Yes? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue state. Could someone on your staff have put them there? Who else has keys to the trash container?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
And me too, we are Venom. It's interesting that he says that. Reminds me of the demon named Legion, who says we are Legion. Also the main villain in the first Shadow Man game as well. It was so good to replay that game towards the end of last year. I definitely want to play the remaster next time though, because for its 25th anniversary I wanted to play the version I played back then, which was the Nintendo 64 version. But it'll be good to actually play the remaster, because I've looked at it and stuff, and I really enjoyed playing through that first game again. Like, there's just something about that game.
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though. I
mean, to be fair as well, like, not to be fair, I don't know why I'm saying that. When I did play Shadow Man, though, I did get annoyed at having to spend hours sometimes just roaming around trying to remember where I needed to go or find where I needed to go and stuff. But aside from that, though, there's definitely a lot to it that I really like.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road.
Who put the clothes in the trash? The victim's clothes were in the trash container out back, neatly folded. Who could have put them in there, and why? Only the whirling staff was supposed to have the key. So we asked Gart if he knows how the victim's clothes got in the trash. Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling trash? Find this person and you'll know who tampered with the scene. It may take a while. And ask Q if he knows anything about the victim's clothes in the trash.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Admit you're semi-lurking while working? That is awesome, dude. Thank you so much for doing that. Especially when you were at work too.
Yes.
Hello again, sweetie.
Ask why has your face looked vanished? There's a mirror in the room that the character was staying in, and if you look in the mirror, it can actually lead to unlocking what the character actually looks like. And the expression on the character's face in the in the bottom left-hand corner can actually change as well, depending on certain things that you do in the game. But yeah, I just didn't investigate the mirror fully yet.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno!
I like how her name is just Kuno S. Kuno S. In Meta, lots of people sending flowers today for the International Women's Day. Oh, I'd imagine it'd be very busy then at work with all those deliveries to organise and stuff.
You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
What the fuck? How'd you get that from that? Jeez.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Nah, bro, wow. I know, right? It's like siblings, which mean you're actually, brother and sister, or you're brother and brother, or your sister and sister. And going to, we fuck each other, so it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. One Kuno sounds like something you'd call a rabid dog. So you refer to yourself in the third person. Kuno, is that some kind of gang name? Got it. I had another question.
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody, please! He's digging his dick out!
What the fuck?
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
In my first playthrough of this game, I actually punched Kuno the fuck out and knocked him out. But it locks you out of being able to talk to him later in the game, and I do believe from memory he's one of the key characters that you can use to help you in the investigation. Like, you don't, like, I finished the playthrough, so it wasn't like it locked me out of finishing the game or anything, but what is this sick charade? I'll say. Who put you up to this? Are you high right now? Physical instrument. Don't punch him, it's a bad idea. Nah, bro, the fuck is this game? I know, right?
Help! Misters, help!
Rolling super hard. He's having the time of his life. Total ecstasy. Fuck the pig.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
Alright, that's enough. This is, like, talk about escalating things to a point that's completely imaginary. But yeah, we're not going to punch him in this playthrough. I mean, this is a red check, so I could try it, but I'm not going to bother with it. Because it's one of those ones where if you try and then fail, then you can't succeed. You can't try again, I mean.
Look, I know you wanted to hit me. You got that, I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. That Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
1, no. 2, yes, but I didn't act on it. It was just a fantasy. 3, yes. How do I get back to it? I want to go back to that thought. 4, how do you know that? You can't see inside my head. Can you read my mind, Kuno?
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
The whole charade was about establishing dominance over you. You backing up means he's succeeded.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
Okay, Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
Click, 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 click!
That description goes the little piper wearing asshole behind the fence.
Right, pig, this is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real. Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig.
Who put the clothes in the trash? We asked Kuno if he knows anything about the victim's clothes in the trash.
No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
Nice, I get to use this command. Ancient ladder from the Old Kingdom.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climb the ladder up to your magic treehouse.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse. Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright? Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit. The fuck? A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker 'cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Intruder. Kuno doesn't explain shit. He just says shit. That is a perfect way to describe how you train a new guy at your work. You do this and you do that and then you use that. But what about this? Look, I just give you what that is and what this is. I'm not going to explain it to you. Just, you need to do this, that, and that.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
No, bro, for real though, fuck Kuno. Yeah, he's one of those characters that very early on, because of how he reacts to your main character, it can make you feel like choosing the option of knocking him out as well. And it's definitely understandable to make that choice. For this playthrough, since I've already done a run where I've done that, I'm not going to actually punch him in this playthrough, but it was definitely one of those situations where I couldn't wait to choose that in my first playthrough. Intruder, that's exactly how you train people. It's look, I may work here, but I don't explain things.
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Hey, Placenta, welcome on in. How's things today?
I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant. Kuno's
End of conversation.
probably climbed. You heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him, if that's what you mean. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Fuck him up, Kuno, yeah.
Kuno.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What are you, a cook now? He wasn't Fine, okay. Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Find out who is in the Union box. Guard has told you some unruly Union men gather in the mess hall of the Whirling and Rags. They're not there today, but most likely they'll eventually show up. Keep an eye out for them.
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
Yes? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real. Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Placenta, the triple quarter cheese didn't go too well. You think you used low quality ingredients and the burger just kind of tasted of nothing. Oh, that really is a shame. That's how it turned out. But hopefully the next time, you can get it to the way that you would like it as well. But it's good that you tried it, at least that way you'll know what to sort of try and avoid next time and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's a shame that it didn't work out.
Yes?
Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat. Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
I've got the spoiler tag on this playthrough, so I will be talking about spoilers, and also people in chat can talk about spoilers as well. So just a heads up. So I'm going to talk about something related to what actually happened to the main character that we're playing as. So it's a spoiler for one of the things that was a major event in the character's life and all that kind of stuff. And it's related to this question. What is this sinking feeling you have with the words motor carriage? So for those who don't want to be spoiled for it, I'm going to put it into this screen. So if you'd like to mute the stream while I talk about the spoiler, when I go out of this screen and go back to the characters, that's a visual cue to let you know that it's safe to actually unmute the stream. So I'm going to talk about the spoiler now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So essentially one of the things that happened was Harry was so drunk that he crashed his motor car on the other side of the city, and it's been submerged in the water. So that question when he says, you know, what is this sinking feeling? It's a very nice bit of wordplay that actually foreshadows what literally happened to the motor car. So yeah, it's sunk into the water. So his sinking feeling is definitely something that is foreshadowing the knowledge that you will learn as the game goes on. Lucas, who is this nerdy guy following you? This is actually Kim. He's a detective from a different precinct that has been called to this location to actually help you with the investigation. Nah, bro, Kuno was driving. Kuno! Yeah, he was too busy looking in the mirror at himself because he's so, you know, egotistical.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think.
James, you're back. Needed to take care of some real-life shit and finished your laundry. Welcome back, James. Totally understandable, for sure. We're a little bit further along, and we've spoken to this character named Kuno, who's this little shit who's throwing rocks at the dead body that we have to investigate. And he keeps talking about himself in the third person. And if you ask him why does he talk about himself in the third person, he's like, third person? Kuno's the first person, you know. So we met him. A little annoying shit. You can actually punch him. It's one of those things where if you don't have the right percentage of potential ability to do the punch right, it can backfire. And once you've tried, you can't try it again. But in my first playthrough, I knocked him out because he was an annoying piece of shit of a character. But in this playthrough, I'm not gonna do that this time.
Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The frequency tableau lights up and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something.
Just a heads up for people watching with headphones. The audio in this part, there will be some static that comes through, but it's actually from the game itself, as in it's supposed to happen. So just a heads up that you might need to adjust your volume in your headset for this next part.
The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him
on. Come in, dispatch. Come in, dispatch. Come in, Delta 10. This is Firewalker copy. Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you. I feel like that's something that doesn't really... Like, that's playing a pessimistic kind of character in this. I don't think saying nice to meet you to someone is definitely pessimistic. So I'll just go with the first one.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot. Quite a lot of time has passed.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
Sure, electrochemistry. Yeah. Sure.
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? No, not me. No, sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Empathy 5. High, 92% chance. +1, Gart asked her out. This is a red check. It cannot be retried. Dr. Darling, you were busy preparing a presentation for work. The stream was paused by accident, but thought Rob was thinking really hard which skills to pick. Oh, really? Oh, no. Yeah, there's some of that too in this game, because I'm sort of like thinking, do I pick this or do I pick that?
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just, you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua, you threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Laughing like a maniac with a face like that. Ooh, this is a really pessimistic response. Why do I always end up screwing everything up? We're going to go with this one.
It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty.
There's genuine sadness in her voice.
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. Then there was your room, your project, an experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me, threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you scream something about the end of all times and how everyone is a piece of shit.
Well, I mean, that is going for the apocalypse approach. Him screaming about the end of all times.
was your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
I'm truly sorry for everything, Sylvie. I was trying to show you the world of tomorrow, the great panic at the end. This is what I need to choose, by the way, to play into the apocalypse. 3, well, you're the worst tavern wench I've ever seen. Girl, just loosen up a little, don't you ever party. Huh? I don't even know what to say. Lucas threatening to sing karaoke. Yeah, that's something that you can actually do in this game. Sing karaoke. But in order to sing really well, there's certain things that you need to make sure that you do. But you can actually get him to sing without doing all the things you need to do to make him sing really well, to get a certain kind of singing. I'm going to go with this choice. I was trying to show you the world of tomorrow, the great panic at the end.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing, with the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side, the telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place, so I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe.
This is definitely an interesting sort of thing. I didn't actually trigger this in my first playthrough. However, to actually play matchmaker here is to bring two people together with the hope that they will unite. And hope is just something that I don't think in my playthrough of being a pessimistic apocalypse cop is something that's fitting. So we're going to go understood. But in my next playthrough though, maybe I can actually go along with this. And Dr. Darling, hope, not in this game. Exactly, it's not called Hope Elysium after all. And there's no Hope Copper type.
Right, well, are we almost done now, officer?
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. 10-18, 10-20, over. State your message, sir. Over. 10-4, your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. Over.
Now, Ro, what's the premise of this game? So without going into too much detail about it, because there's a lot of extra stuff that would go into explaining what the premise is, about. But essentially, you play as a cop who has amnesia. He got really drunk and other things the night before. And so he's trying to piece together that, but also there's a dead body that is hanging up outside the Whirling and Rags. And so you have to investigate it. And another officer from a different precinct is helping with the case. and that's the character of Kim that's with us now.
10-9, repeat message, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain, over.
10-22, the captain? This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? Dick Mullen is a character that you can read about in the library. There's a series of books. Bro, good old-fashioned Bender. That's true. Yeah, he really had a hell of a time, you could say. Yeah, me too. I love this response. Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Ten-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge. Ten-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Sorry, I was waiting for an opportunity to do my impression of Eddie Murphy's iconic laugh. I just love the idea of this. Ask him if he lost his gun too. Well, we have to report that as well.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Holy fuck.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Ten-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over. Ten-9, come in, officer. Over. Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message please. Did you misplace your firearm? Over. He says he doesn't have it.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener. Oh, man.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Now is a good time to say fuck and ass and so on. That'll make this all right.
These options.
The silence is almost deafening after you flick off the switch, severing the connection.
That did not go well. I guess the important thing is that you followed protocol and reported your lost items. Did we need anything else here?
Tremble. The time is now. Ta'ola.
Tremble, the time is now. Ta'ola. I don't know what this is, so we'll go what time. But first, Arnie impression. You know, this is the cleanest and nicest police car I've ever been in my life. This thing's nicer than my apartment. Thank you for redeeming that from Beverly Hills Cop, the first movie. Dr. Darling, you reminded me of the Beverly Hills Cop movie. Can't believe it was 41 years ago. Me too as well, dude. It's such a great one, though. Such a great sort of like opening to a movie as well. How he's trying to bargain for a case of cigarettes, and he doesn't want the buyer to know that he's actually a police officer undercover, and so the guy offers a certain amount of money, but then he's like, you know, that's not enough. I'm just paraphrasing here. That's not enough, and then it turns into like a chase because some police turn up, and then the truck driver drives off, and Axel, played by Eddie Murphy, is in the back, and so a big chase sequence ensues. There's like all this damage and wreaking havoc in the streets and all this kind of stuff, and then ultimately at the end, after there's this big like crash and everything, the back of the truck where Eddie is, like the cops aim their guns at him, and then when he steps out, one of the guys is like, Foley, we should have known it was you. It's just such a great opening, and the music that they play in that opening sequence is really cool as well. But it's such a great movie, that one. I can't believe, it's 41 years ago it came out. One of my favorite parts is when he gets thrown out of the building through the glass window, and the police already turn up to arrest him because the villain has called ahead to get the police involved. And the police arrest Axel, and he asks them, you know, what's the charge? And then the cop says, you know, the charge is you jumped out of a window, or something like that. Anyway, I can't remember the exact quotes, but the funniest part of that is when Axel says, what's the charge for being thrown out of a moving car? Jaywalking? Some great lines in that movie too. Yeah, nah, bro, those options, like, it's like shit. Amita, is he speaking French or English? His accent is very thick, lol. Yeah, that's a good question, actually, Amita. Like, I would say, like, he's trying to speak, like, with a French accent as well. But, yeah, there's quite a few characters in this game that have that sort of accent. No, bro, the second one was great, too. Oh, yeah, Beverly Hills Cop 2. 3 is... I'd watch it again, but it's not as good as the first two. Haven't seen the new one yet, though.
Time for the show. For Ta'ola, the hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
Oh, no, bro, disturbing the peace and possession of a firearm was a charge. Ah, okay, of course. Yeah, it wouldn't be being thrown out of a window. Like... Alright, this is definitely up the alley for what we want to do in this playthrough.
Time for the show. For Ta'ola. Ulogu Theodos. Xeno Zausin. Ipoli Osithien. Echondes Fronisin. Ulogu Theodos. Ulogu, 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 Ulogu Theodos. Ulogu, Ulogu, Ulogu Theodos. Xeno Zausin. Ipoli Osithian. Echondes Phronisen. Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread.
Dr. Darling, lol, Greek. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say anything because I thought, oh, maybe it's not. But I was like, that sounds Greek. Because I also was looking at the lettering, and that's what made me think it too as well. You were tabbed out and started hearing your language. Dr. Darling's like, Rod doesn't speak Greek, does he? But yeah, so that's what it is. Cool.
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
Dr. Darling, ancient Greek even. Yeah. So ancient Greek. So I wonder how accurate that is. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome on in. Well, I'm definitely not choosing, am I sure it's not just a joke, or I'm a little afraid. But we're going to opt in. Definitely not choosing this one, but opting in is what I need to do for this playthrough, for the Apocalypse Cop. Look, Darling, far better than the Greek in Origins and Odyssey. Oh, is it really? Even more so with Odyssey as well. Like, you think they would have been able to do a better job with that. But then again, too, like, when there's languages that someone doesn't speak themselves and they don't know how the words are supposed to be pronounced, there's probably a lot of things that they think, oh, well, we don't need to worry about it because only this percentage of people will actually recognize that there's a mistake or something.
The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
There we go. So we have unlocked the thought that I needed to unlock. There are other thoughts that may unlock during the playthrough, but you need to actually internalize it, aka activate it as well. So there's already a thought that we've got that I haven't activated and won't. But this is the thought that I need to activate. Thought gained, Cop of the Apocalypse.
I don't understand why he did it. He wasn't in on it. He wasn't even Clan. Mr. Bird, he was guilty. Anyone's guilty who lets these things happen and pretends like it isn't. No, he was guilty, all right. Just as guilty as the fanatics who pulled the trigger. Maybe we all are.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Bane impression. So that's from Mississippi Burning in memory of Gene Hackman. You saw that in VHS for the first time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think I may have seen that movie, but I was a kid when it was on television one time. But I never watched it later on. So yeah, Gene Hackman, that was crazy. You know, like, imagine, living to that long and then all that. But that's just, it's like, damn. I'll read. Some thoughts affect prompts simply by gaining them. Oh, do you mean like they'll give you another option in dialogue related to that? Is that what you mean by giving you like prompts and stuff? Milan, that's one mad-looking car. Oh yeah, yeah, that's Kim's vehicle. What did he call it? Kanema or something. But I don't know what vehicle it's supposed to actually be based on. Flashlight. Equip this to discover secret orbs in shady areas. A police flashlight bearing the logo of Grunstalung RAO. The small dynamo packed inside this handheld illumination device theoretically gives you the ability to produce a tiny amount of electricity anytime, anywhere. Chain cutters. Equip these to open locked containers in the world. The meanest looking pair of cutters you have ever seen. Made in Gottwald by Welsham Werkzeug. No chain, wire, nor barbed fence will ever stand in your way again. They look hungry, ready to chew steel. Pry bar. Equip this to open lock containers in the world. The red tip pry bar has Carson T Heavy Duty engraved just below the handle. It is satisfyingly heavy, and perhaps one of the most useful tools to carry around. We've got some things to interact with, but I'm going to leave that for later. Okay, who made the call reporting the crime? Someone reported the hanging to the RCM. Maybe if you find out who it was, it may shed new light on the events. You have an idea where to start, but the caller could have been anyone. So we called Sylvie using Kim's shortwave. Keep searching for the caller, despite lacking any obvious leads. This might take some time. Mission, track down your badge. It's unclear how you should go about finding a tiny piece of plastic in a world as huge as this. Maybe you'll just stumble across it down the line. Miracles happen. Track down your gun. Someone must know something about your lost firearm. Maybe a district authority, like someone high up in the union, or someone local who saw you with it before you passed out. The Whirling's absent bartender. You could also ask the local pawn shop. Find any information you can on the gun. What we've done is, let me see. We reported badge missing. Need to report your missing badge to the 41st precinct as soon as possible. The lieutenant said that you can use the radio in his motor car to call your station. Alright, so this is the thought that we want to internalize for this playthrough. Cop of the Apocalypse. Temporary research bonus. -1 rhetoric. Rambling madman. Research time 6 hours 55 minutes. You woke up in a hotel room and started rambling about the end of the world. It's not your normal everyday doom crying either. Something truly colossal is approaching. The gloaming. The culling. The bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Until now you've been pleasantly vague about the precise nature of this cataclysm. No more. Put the bloodletting on the burner and really figure out what's threatening the fragile physical reality you just found yourself in. There we go. It is now... Well, it's in the process. It's not fully unlocked yet.
Yes?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love that. Yes? Yes. Have you got it? Yes?
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, officer.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Oh, my. You know where we are now. We are live. How would I even begin to... I haven't seen... Speaking of history, you know what... Perhaps, dear.
She is the lieutenant. I'm beginning to...
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask... Oh, no.
She's trying to avoid the foreign...
It is... Oh, dear. But we should...
She's scared now.
Someone...
No.
Of course.
Skipping all that for people who went here earlier because we've already actually covered that dialogue.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a the fuck about it. Your test...
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't...
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak. Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day. Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water. Coal City, end of all lines. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. There's a fleet on the corner. A plastic coat is folded into a small triangle under the counter by the window. Beyond that, the strike breakers have gathered. The great gates of the industrial harbour are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock. Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home. In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears. Sheets of rain, the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort, crumble. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash, collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the Revolution, doors leading down to Le Royaume, the catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag. This book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. This is a book about pate. This book, you don't really understand what it is about, nor does it seem important. A book about boiadero culture. It promotes freedom and roaming upstream. A book about the future. The government reads your mind using radio technology. So this story is crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. You hear the distant squall of seabirds. This coin-operated viewer has been banged up, inoperable. Two, roundabout north. 2 Capeside Apartments, Martinez Pier. The ad reads, broken window? Tibbs has windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Q-note.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
If you had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box. Pat the box. Fuck you, you mail delivery box. Kick it. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Dr. Darling, you're eating a sandwich with spicy Italian salami. It is delicious. Spicy Italian salami. I don't have salami often on stuff, but I don't know if there's any specific type that I usually have when I do.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard.
Milan just about to make bacon sandwiches once the bread is finished. Oh, nice, Milan. That's cool. That sounds good.
What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
That's definitely fair enough. I just thought I'd try. But yeah, need to put skill points into visual calculus to open this white check.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna...
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing...
Get lost!
The fuck about it? You're testing...
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a... Kuno...
Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome on in. How is Disco Elysium going? The fuck about it? You come into. You have now met Kuno. Always talks like this. Fucking Kuno. Always talks in the third person. He's a character that you can actually punch the fuck out of to actually knock him out. Well, you don't knock him out, but if you choose to do that, then later on there's some dialogue options that you get locked out of with him. There's certain outcomes that can happen, and if they happen, certain characters will be either available to you to rely on or use, and some won't as well. So if you actually knock him out, well, you don't. I keep saying knock him out only because knock the fuck out thing. But if you choose to punch him, then that locks you out of certain things. But Disco Elysium is going really good. It's going well. Really enjoying revisiting this game. and some of the dialogue options have been just hilarious. And also trying to make sure that I'm choosing ones that are most pessimistic as well. Some choices don't feel like they're as pessimistic as others, but I still have to decide which one I would actually go with. We're still very early into the game though. I've been streaming almost for 4.5 hours and we're still on day 1 of the investigation. But there's also some things that don't become available until like day 3 or day 4. So it's one of those games that you can't necessarily judge how much you have left by simply looking at what day you're on. But it's going pretty good. How about yourself? The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. It takes willpower to even read the author's name. Jan Kaus from Iguania.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
Listen, I remember your first playthrough of this game being very long. Do you think that with the choices that you're using for this playthrough, it will shorten it or lengthen it? I guess it probably depends. Like, these are thoughts that you can internalize. And the one that I'm working on is Cop of the Apocalypse. There's a real-time progression that has to happen. So 6 hours and 38 minutes is how much time is left for this thought to internalize. So it's got 4% of the way so far. And so this is what is being referred to as Cop of the Apocalypse. So I need to work on this, and then that'll actually enable me to take the Apocalypse Cop type, what they call it. There's a few different ones. There's like Art Cop, there's Hobo Cop, there's like, there's Apocalypse Cop. There's all these other ones as well. But as for whether it will actually make it longer or shorter, I think it's too early to tell, really. Like, there's probably some stuff that I will probably not bother with because I'll probably remember as I go through, this is something that this dialogue choice is pointless because of, my playthrough and stuff. Milan, what kind of apocalypse are we talking about here? Well, it's called the gloaming, the culling, or the bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Put the bloodletting on the burner and really figure out what's threatening the fragile physical reality you've just found yourself in.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Yeah, exactly. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout? It makes me think of Man of Medan. The part where Alex is accusing Fliss of being in cahoots with the pirates. So for some reason, the word mazout, I just thought about saying it in the same way that the character of Alex in Man of Medan says, cahoots. They're in cahoots. They're in mazout. Milan, you like the bloodletting of unimaginable proportions? It's got a good ring to it, doesn't it? The blood gods would definitely be happy with that, I imagine, as well.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Care to spare some change for a working stiff? Tell me more about this strike. Know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there? What are you hauling anyway? What the hell are you hauling?
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
Milan, it's not that you like killing or leaving heaps of dead. It's just your favorite color happens to be red. I hope it don't upset you, the kind of life I lead. I've got nothing about you personal, but I'd like to see you bleed. What's that from, Milan? Or is that one that you came up with?
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
You're under arrest. Wicked. I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Okay, and what are you actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Yeah, it must be. Your job's to know all these little things, isn't it? Well, my job is to deliver tracksuit trousers.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy. Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. He ain't one of us drivers. I know. Analyzing the fundamental a sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Don't be a stranger.
He just stole that sense. Thief, you are filth. Hey Zayas, never played this game. Probably gonna Saturday long play some Persona 5 today. Never actually played any of those games before. So would that be like a long, like, I know you say long play, but will it be like a really long playthrough? Like, is it going to be like 100%? Like, can you do that with those games, or? Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Is there anything else you wanted? Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed other than alcohol?
Now, bro, do better stop assassing me. You'll get Q note on your butthole. Q note. Rue de Saint Ghislaine, 8B.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Now, bro, what a unique looking game this is. Yeah, I really like the art style, the painted look of the graphics, and the music is really good too. There's a lot of music that's very atmospheric, and it really sets a mood and a certain tone. And I like how there's different areas of the game world that will trigger different music as well.
An old call box with an off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Kuno. Sorry, I was just trying random doorbells. I didn't have anything important.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore, so I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore.
Nah, bro, the fuck kind of name is Kuno? I'm sure that he really likes that name a lot now, bro. Hey, Schiller, welcome, dude. It's going good, thanks. Just having this character push random doorbells. It's going good. How about yourself? I hope you're having a good weekend so far.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Oh, that's great, Schiller. I'm glad you're doing good. That's awesome.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver but isn't saying anything.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order? My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice here.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Her breath is distorted by ancient static from the Old Kingdom.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and... all right, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth as you stare at the intercom.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order? My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Wait. Is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box. Your hands are getting cold and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery puffs in the air.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this. Anger boils up in your chest.
Milan, if laziness became an Olympic event, you'd come in fourth. Saves having to walk to the podium. No, that is an awesome joke. Very good, Milan. Hey, Pedersen. This game, it came out, I think, in 2019, originally. But my first playthrough of it wasn't until 2023. So I've wanted to play it again for a while now, and here we are. Thank you for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression as well. Okay, so I've got a scene. It's alright. I'm a police officer. Crisp, you're under arrest. Put your hands on your head, slowly, and get up. Kimball, not again. Your hands. They're up. When are you going to leave me alone? Drop the gun. Yeah, that's right, drop the gun. Hey, I'm a police officer. This is an arrest. This man is crazy. Look at him. He wants to kill me. You're just going to stand there? Freeze! Oh, jeez. I'm a cop, you idiot. I'm Detective John Kimball. This man is under arrest. Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm checking it out. You can't just walk in here and put a gun in my face. I'm trying to get a manicure. I have witnesses. I have a witness too. It's murder one this time. Now, you're mine. Thanks for redeeming that. And that is true. Pedersen, yep, that's Kindergarten Cop. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie for a very, very long time. You know, they actually did a sequel to it, but it came out like a long time after. It has Dolph Lundgren in it. I don't know what the story is or anything like that, but yeah, they did a sequel to it. I haven't seen that series, Milan, no. Yeah, I haven't seen Fubar before. I've heard of it though, but I haven't seen it before. Hey there, Extreme. How's your weekend going?
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds. No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before, glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
Milan, it's a funny show. All good. Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen it though. Is that the one where he has a, like in the show, he has a daughter or something? Extreme, you going good? Going soon to walk outside 2 days, 18 GR. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good. So you're going to go walking out soon, I see, yeah. So 2 days and 18 hours, is that what it's supposed to be?
So, it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve.
It's so funny. The amount of time since I've actually changed that command, the amount of times that there's been games that literally have the word ancient, and then in relation to something from some ancient tenant from the Old Kingdom. Oh, darling, that's like asking if Rod likes Arnold. Well, I guess not necessarily 100%, because I haven't seen everything that he's done. Like, there's a couple of movies that he was in that I haven't seen yet, as well. Milan, he's a retiring CIA agent, and his daughter is his replacement. So that's what the story is. Interesting, that's an interesting setup. Ancient disco from the Old Kingdom.
I don't have time to explain it to you right now, maybe sometime later. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Hello, Ogorki. How's things today? A heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. Pigs go home. The street name is illegible. Oh, that's great, Ogorki. That's awesome.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Of course. Where to? What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
Milan, you would live on a street named Illegible. That would really confuse someone if you had to fill in a form to put your address down and they saw the word illegible. Be like, hang on.
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there and a fish market, but that got closed down ages ago.
Hey, Anemone. Good afternoon to you as well. Welcome on in. How's your day going?
Rows of stalls under a broad roof, where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old church.
I don't know. The abandoned kind? It used to gather every spring, but there's nothing to do there now. Just drug addicts. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. No problem. Me? I am just a gardener.
Good to meet you, just a gardener. Another question then? Oh, that's good, Anemone. Mostly calm. You couldn't sleep much last night. Well, that's definitely bad, though, that you couldn't get much sleep. I hope you get some sleep next time.
I am pleased to meet you too, officer. Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done.
There's discomfort. She stops mid-sentence.
Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale. Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
The street sign reads, "Fuck the police." Come on. The night's still young. That's my song. That's a... Nah. 'Tis a shit. A splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. The spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. I tell you what, I don't know how I need to start a counter now for how many times I can put the ancient command in to change the word of writing to something different. Ancient fountain from the Old Kingdom. Emitter, does this game have any action or is it mostly dialogue? Well, there is some action, but it's not like get a weapon out and start, fighting kind of thing. It's more just exploration, dialogue, and trying to work out, what's going on with the dead body, and also to learn about the main character's amnesia, like what he's forgotten and all that kind of stuff. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. Water lock out of order until Wednesday 7:15 a.m. So the other side of this city, we can't actually access it yet. Barry, can you hear me, buddy? Which Barry? Barry Burton or Barry Wheeler? But yeah, when it becomes Wednesday in the game, 7:15 a.m., we'll be able to actually access the other side of the city. So there is an element of you can't access the entire game world straight away. You do have to wait until a certain in-game time and day actually turns up. Milan Guy is molting her winter coat, so right now she's enjoying her brush. Oh, I could imagine Milan for sure. So it's all molting, yeah. Clothes. Fingerless gloves, +1 electrochemistry, cigarette-stained fingertips, gasoline-stained fingerless gloves in navy blue. They've been worn threadbare, but being made of wool still provides some warmth and comfort. Tools, yellow plastic bag, frit. Equip this to collect tar from the streets. This plastic bag has frit, sick, written on it in a dynamic, forceful manner that implies great prices. As you crack it open, a multi gust of air flies in your face. Smells of yeast and beer, a perfect place for tar or tear. A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Imagine that for a description of some kind of perfume or something. Hey Mr. Epic, good afternoon to you as well. How's your day going?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around your thighs and too loose around the waist. They itch like hell. Like an itch pit in hell.
Oh, nice, Mr. Epic. That's good. I'm doing well myself, doing my second ever playthrough of this game. I don't know if you've seen any of this game before, but my first playthrough I did in 2023. I wanted to fit it into the schedule last year, but I just couldn't fit it in. So this year I was like, nope, I need to fit this in because I've been itching to play it again for a while. So here we are. So this will be my weekend game for a little bit.
The itch is so bad you'll want to smash someone's face in.
Milan, perfume that smells of the sewer would bring a whole new outlook on eau de toilette. Oh yes. Good for people who don't have any sense of smell.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin friendly, and they're yours for only 2 real.
You find your hands deep in tattered and
Economical, but also trendy.
you see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Super. Mr. Epic, isn't this the game that makes fun of you if you try to play the nice guy? You think you saw Co-Carnage stream at one time. I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Epic, if it is the game where that can happen. I wouldn't be surprised. I can't remember in my first playthrough if I came across that or not, but yeah. Milan, you sure that store owner is from a scam call center? Well, this guy, he's got some good stuff, but I think it's like pretty expensive. 50 real for the found sneakers. But it gives you +1 reaction speed, plus hand-eye coordination, but it takes 1 away for encyclopedia. A man who never eats pork buns is never a whole man. Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that from Sleeping Dogs. Very nice.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
These once
No, don't look at... Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
Mr. Epic, he reminds you of that guy that says that in Sleeping Dogs. Oh yeah. Man, I still need to play that game.
The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. The place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
Cool.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
This is definitely fitting the pessimistic. I'm not cool.
What? No. I can't believe you said that. You got personal style. You know what you like.
Milan, they're the best sneakers on the market because they're only sneakers on the market. That's true. That's the best way to sell a product. Make sure that there's no other products on the market except yours. Mr. Epic, well, can't buy it on PS5 anymore, Rod. Some said it was because of its crashing all the time. That's crazy, though. Like, you'd think a game that's older than the console would be remastered to be good enough for the newer... I don't know, it's just stupid, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, seriously.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board. Anything for you. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. But Sigai is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws.
Hey, Revachol rhymes with shithole. Mr. Epic, Syndicate was also broken on PS5 for a long time till they finally patched it. Borderlands 2 also keeps crashing. You found 2 cutscenes and it keeps happening. Yeah. Yeah, because wasn't Assassin's Creed Syndicate on the PS5 a lot of issues with the lighting? It seemed like the glitching would happen with the lighting in the game, whether it was like light from a light source, like a lamp or a light, or like the sky and stuff.
Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things. There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
I've got 2 emotes of characters wearing sunglasses. Does that count, Sileng?
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Mr. Epic, what you saw was a twitching screen in Syndicate. It was unplayable. Jeez. It's so funny though, because there was a lot of glitches that I swear weren't on the Xbox version that I used to play a lot. When I played the PS5 version, there were glitches like when you picked up a character's body, their positioning was not accurate to your character's pose while holding the body. They were sort of like a few like inches off of where they should have been, you know, things like that.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Serais plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I didn't notice these before on the right side of the screen, so I might actually cover those. Lucas, you might check this game out. Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it being played, I thought to myself, now this is a game that I'm very curious about, and the more I watched it, I was like, yeah, I need to play this for myself at some point. So I was glad that I did. It's one of those games, too, where there's a lot to take in as well. It can kind of get overwhelming a bit because you come across a character, you speak to them, and then you might have to come back to that character later, but you might not have the required progression yet and all that kind of stuff. But it's got a really cool sort of like way of immersing you into the game world as well. Mr. Epic, you're the only one who kind of misses the PS4 controller. You don't know why, but you always found PS5 controllers a little big and heavy. Not too sure, Mr. Epic, to be honest. I don't mind the PS5 controller. I find it okay, but I've never really had any controllers that I would say I don't like in terms of like, being uncomfortable or anything like that. I never really had anything like that. Hey there, Alve. My day's going well, thanks. How about yourself? Welcome on in. So on the sidebar here, it says a few things about different mechanics. Thoughts. Active thoughts alter dialogue options. Thought bonuses differ for research and completion. Tools. Substances can be administered during dialogue. Tools are context sensitive. Equip them before use. Time. Time passes when picking new dialogue options. Read books to pass time quicker. So that was the other thing about this game, is that the progression of time, it's not a constant thing. Time only passes when picking new dialogue options or reading books to pass the time quicker. Tasks. Gain experience by completing tasks or by exploring. Leveling up grants you skill points. Skill points. Use points to unlock skills or unlock or forget thoughts. White skill checks can be re-rolled. Skill checks. Explore options or level up to try again. Red skill checks are permanent. Most checks have secret difficulty modifiers. Talking to the right person can reopen a closed white check. Red checks can be tried only once. Failed white checks can be retried by increasing the relevant skill. Can't put more points in a skill? Drugs raise learning caps, but they're bad for your health. Revachol is pronounced Revachol. Orange is pronounced Oranje. Oranje. Clasier is pronounced Clasier. Clasier. That's cool. I didn't realize it actually did that. Need to pass time? Buy a book. Reading passes time quickly. See a container you can't open? Equip a pry bar. Most people settle for bed after 2100 or not long after. At night the streets are emptier. By 2 in the morning everyone's asleep. You can sleep after 2100 hours. Sleeping heals all your health and morale. Police work is tough. Take breaks. Talk to strangers. Explore. Low on health? Put points into endurance. Low on morale? Put points into volition. Equip a flashlight in low light areas. Skill points can also buy new thought cabinet slots or forget old thoughts. The map tab in your journal lists all the white checks you can reattempt. Pick dialogue options that begin with hold on or wait to gain additional information before the conversation moves on. Don't be afraid to say weird things. People are more forgiving to persons of power, like police officers. Need to do something behind Lieutenant Kitsuragi's back. Sneak out after he's gone to sleep. Short on money, equip a plastic bag, collect bottles, and sell them at Frit. Alright, there we go. Mr. Epic, it's also funny the biggest new feature on the PS5 controller is the DualSense, but in your settings it's disabled. Also with the vibration of you don't know why, but you just hate the DualSense and you can't stand vibration on your hands anymore. It just doesn't feel nice while gaming. Do you use vibration or DualSense? Well, I keep the vibration settings on for the controllers. The only thing I tend to turn off is motion blur. I also like to turn off screen shake when I can, but that's more for people watching the stream than it is for me necessarily. Like if I was playing the game without streaming it, I wouldn't worry about that option, but to make it a bit easier for people watching who might have trouble when there's like heaps of screen shake, I like to choose the option to have it turned off. But motion blur is definitely one of those things where I would even turn it off, even if it was just myself, I wasn't streaming it. You think the PS5 controller is a huge upgrade from the PS4? Its shape is more similar to the Xbox controllers, which you always prefer the shape of. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely fair too, as well. You're doing alright, still healing from the flu. You've never gotten one that hits you this hard. That really sucks that you're still suffering from the effects of it, Ave. I hope that it really gets to 100% soon, because it gets to the point too where it goes beyond any pain you might be feeling. It goes into the areas of, come on, this is so annoying and frustrating. Why is it taking this long? A sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. Alright, so Cop of the Apocalypse thought. This is the progress. We're up to 19%, and there's 5 hours and 33 minutes of real time left before it completes. Some kind of machine. An antique cash register? Mostly military wear, with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says D-E-I. Day. There's a, what's it called? A being, or an angel or something. There was some, I can't remember the name of it now. Something Day.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
Mr. Epic, you also disable blur and screen shake. You hate that. You also disable depth of field. Hate that setting that it blurs the background. Oh yeah, that can be annoying at times too as well. Having the blurry background behind. Especially too when you can notice it on the character model. On the outline of the character model. Dr. Darling morale 4 out of 5 should be 0 out of 5. I know, that's the thing. When I was choosing the archetype at the start of the playthrough, I mean, you can do a custom one, but this time around, because I think I chose the custom for the first playthrough, for this second playthrough I wanted to pick one of the actual archetypes that they can get, and the one that felt the most pessimistic in terms of how it was described was actually the, what was it called again? Can't remember now. Bloody hell. I can probably look here. No. Yeah, I can't remember. It was the middle one. Milan, that sounds like your wardrobe. It does it. Describes it really well. Yeah, the outline. AC Odyssey had that bad. That is true. Oh yeah. It just looks, you know, I don't know, it looks like it's supposed to be, it looks like it's supposed to be different. Like you would think that the character model would sort of blend in more with the blur rather than have like a very distinct, you know, separation.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the Royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
1. It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it. 2. The contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. That sounds pessimistic choice. It is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. I guess that's a pessimistic sort of way to like dialogue as well. So I could choose that too. 4. I wish it was more nuanced. As it stands, I cannot comment. Okay, so for me, it's up in the air between 2 and 3. I don't know. I like this one more. I like this response more than number 3. So I like the response of the contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be, versus it is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. Milan, mostly military clothes with some eccentric items. Sounds about right to you. Oh yeah, some eccentric items. Mr. Epic didn't have a PC at that time, so you couldn't disable it. Man, it bugged you. That would have been so annoying. It's like, at least give the option to get rid of it, you know.
I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. This set of soldiers...
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect.
I can actually
When you
choose
place
option
them next
3
to
as
the
well.
Royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
So that's still a pessimistic thing, so we'll still ask this as well.
Okay. I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
Mr. Epic, when you had your 2080 Ti for a while, before you had to sell it because of some debts, you played Odyssey again, and man, the game looks so much better when you disable it. Still miss your 2080 Ti. That would be a shame, you know, to have to let go of something like that.
$0.50. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
1. Are you out of your mind? There's one just like that on every corner. 2. Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep. 700 sounds about right. I imagine it wasn't easy sawing off that street lamp.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag. Well, there are the costs of removal and rewiring. The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Mr. Epic, yeah, but you were stressed because of the debt, so you just wanted to be done with it. You're debt-free now, so no stress anymore. Oh, totally 100% understand. Yeah, you got to do what you can, when you're in that situation to be able to pay off, Even if it's like, this thing that I've got that's really great, I need to sell it, that kind of stuff.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-travelled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Hey matey, you got to go now. Your shift is almost over and you will be on your way home. See you later or next time. Have a good one. Thank you, Inmita. I definitely will. That's awesome that your shift is almost over. Would like to highly recommend people check out Inmita's channel. Inmita is doing a playthrough of the very first Witcher game and doing the enhanced edition of that. He's also been doing playthroughs of games like Resident Evil 4. You did a playthrough of that, wasn't it? Sorry, there's so many people streaming Resident Evil 4 that I know. Like Lucinda was, and Shillerlock has been doing Resident Evil 4 remake stuff as well. Inmita's a great streamer. He has a lot of really cool emotes as well. He's a graphics designer, so he's designed all his emotes as well as his channel banners and all that kind of stuff. He's also great for going into a stream and just lurking and chilling. So definitely recommend checking out Inmita's channel if you haven't before. Milan, it's June's birthday next weekend. You're going to have to get her something nice, you reckon? Oh, absolutely. They won't take long to come around as well. Like, time just goes so quickly. Especially this year. It's just crazy how fast time is going. Mr. Epic, but it's going good now. You're saving up till next year, May, and then you have enough for a best PC and monitor and stuff. And that's definitely good. Something to look forward to as well. And it will be May soon, like next year, I mean, not like tomorrow, but that's all good for the shout out, Amita. No worries at all, dude. Definitely catch you again soon.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Thank you for the lurk, RV. Thank you very much.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
I think this option for pessimism, typical vacuous consumerist objects, I guess maybe that could be considered like pessimistic in a way. I don't know. I'm going to go with that one.
It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Milan, this shop owner sounds suspicious. He's got that suspicious voice. That's very suspicious.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You...
With Kim here too? That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Well, with a voice like that, he probably is something you could arrest him for. Harry, the what kind of cop could you say? The gets things done kind. It's just like, you've got a voice. You've done something. You're under arrest now.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money.
Lucinda, okay, Rod's done your work lurk, but you honestly don't expect many calls to come in. But you'll be in and out. That's totally fair, Lucinda, as well. Can be a bit unknown. But I hope that everything goes well for you today with your work as well. Definitely appreciate you doing the lurking as well when you are working too. Would also like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. Started that yesterday. We'll also be doing The Last of Us Part 2 back-to-back with that. Also has a Resident Evil marathon that's currently on hold. When the Last of Us playthroughs are finished, she'll be getting back to Resident Evil with 5, RE5. Also a fan of the Dishonored series, so also like stealth games as well. Has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes that are both animated ones and static ones as well. A great streamer to check out if you haven't before. All good, Lucinda. No problem at all for the shout-out. Absolutely no worries. Milan, what do you call the great unknown when it's been discovered? What was previously unknown but is now not unknown, but we still need to call it unknown because we want to make sure that the unknown is still unknown. There we go.
When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
You sucked on a gun? Good. Very normal.
$15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
So this one is pretty heavy. Option number 2. I'm going to choose it because it goes in line with playing a character who is pessimistic. So the second option is what we're going to go with.
The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know what to say.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Milan, why is the great unknown so great? If it's unknown, how do people know it's great at all? It could be the crappy unknown or the not so great unknown. Exactly, you know? How can we classify whether something unknown is actually good, bad, or otherwise, unless we actually know it? And if we know it, then it's not actually unknown anymore, is it?
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
How about an assassin in a haystack, though?
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Alright. So that is the mission, track down your gun. Someone must know something about your lost firearm. Maybe a district authority, like someone high up in the union, or someone local who saw you with it before you passed out. The Whirling's absent bartender. You could also ask the local pawn shop. So we found any information we could on the gun. We still need to keep looking. Maybe someone else knows something. So having played this game before, I know that we can't actually complete this until we get the other side of the city opened up. Or at least that's one way that I know of. I don't know if there's actually another way, but... Milan, you guess the great unknown. Mr. Epic, when you hear unknown, you think of the Pokemon. Is there one called that, is there? Milan, you guess the great unknown becomes the disappointingly discovered once it's known. Exactly. And that's very disappointing. Because when something is known like that, it makes you wonder why people wanted to know what it was in the first place, because it should remain unknown, so it can still be called the Great Unknown.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
This character looks like an old version of Mario without the M on his cap and with a French accent. And not wearing the plumber's overalls.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Mr. Epic, love that Pokemon movie, 3 with the Unknown and Entei. So they, made 3 movies of them?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already. Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. You're letting them down. Get in the game and throw the goddamn ball. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Ah, Ezio. It's a me, Mario.
Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression. More than 3, but the movie you meant was 3. Oh, I got you now. So they've done more than 3, but the movie that you were talking about was the 3rd one. I got you. The first movie is still the best, though. Mew versus Mewtwo, epic. Is there a Mew 3?
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud, and my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you? Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
Valiantly, valiantly, valiantly. So valiant. Mr. Epic Rod doesn't know. You had to have seen it. Yeah. It's so funny because when Pokemon came out, I think by the time I knew of it, it had already been out for maybe 2 years. But I never actually got into it. It was one of those Nintendo franchises that just basically, bypassed. Milan, Gaia is following a patch of sunlight as it moves across the lounge. Oh, cool.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't, though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Mr. Epic, at the time, you didn't even know it was from Nintendo. The first Pokemon game you ever played is Pokemon Let's Go on the Switch. So you also missed a lot of games. Oh yeah, so sort of came into it later. Yeah. It's crazy sometimes how many games in a series end up coming out before you might actually become a fan of it or even know of it as well. Milan, you never played any Pokemon games? Yeah, me neither, to be honest. I mean... Actually, no, there was one that I had a little of a play of, but I can't remember what it was. But it was something with a photo mode or something in it. I don't know, something that I can't really remember the name of it. The best game you played on the Switch is still Breath of the Wild. Man, that game looked amazing. Yeah, the Zelda games, I need to play some of those ones for the first time. I haven't actually played those 2 new ones yet, or the 2 latest ones, I should say. So the options here, that's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. 2, foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. 4, communists don't understand how money works. 5, nothing. I don't think. I just do. I'm going to choose this one because it feels the most pessimistic. Like, let's go with this.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frisell. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution. Damn Frisell. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed. A true king in both blood and mind. Let Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Milan, bacon time, you think? Cook it while the bread is still warm. Oh, nice. Definitely a good idea. That sounds delicious.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week, but that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry, and I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Evrard Clare. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history, only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Vezavein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. Oh, the goal is to throw you bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet. Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted. I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details, officer.
Is he denying you information when you clearly requested it? That's it. We're blowing the lid off this man, Jar. You need to know things. Yes, you do. Knowledge is power. Bathe in it. Empower yourself. Trust me.
Then there's measuring the distance between the bull and the cochonnet. I always measure ours, but usually it's done by the player who threw last. The opponent has a right to remeasure if he has doubt about the result, and...
Can you believe this clown? This is information you must have, and he's stalling. Lives could be on the line, and he's just running out the clock.
I'm gonna back off because it's like, as a pessimistic apocalypse cop, we don't want to save lives. It's like, what's the point?
So weird. What was that, officer? Actually, please, let's talk about something else.
Let's cool Mr. Fight or Flight down before he kills someone. He gets overstimulated. But seriously, enough with the petanque already.
Yes. I'm sorry, officer.
Good. Gaston finally understands the rules now. Let's see if it makes him a better petanquista.
What was that all about? Some experimental interrogation technique you're honing? We should leave quickly before it happens again. Right now is a good moment. Hurry up then.
Alright. So this is where I'm going to call it a stream. I'll just go back to the whirling in rags. No reason necessarily, just want to go there and save it. Is that a quote, Milan, from Allo Allo, is it? Sona, thank you so very much for the 10 months in a row. Thank you, I really, really appreciate that a lot. The time flies so fast. Thank you. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Sorry, Sona, what's the message? I first something. Milan, be well and have fun. Thank you, I definitely will. I hope that you have a good one, Milan. Hope that Barney and Gaia and June also have a good day today too. And so it is? Okay, I thought so. We'd like to give some shout-outs. No worries at all, June. And that's okay, Milan. No trouble at all, dude. Thank you, Anemone. I definitely will. I hope you take care too. Thank you so much for being here as well. Would like to definitely highly recommend people check out Enmita, who's doing a playthrough of Witcher 1. Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He's doing that as part of a historical order run. He's got multiple games that he's doing in timeline order, so he's currently up to that game. We'll also be doing A Plague Tale Requiem next, after that one. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. We'll also be following it up with a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Ghosts of New Eden, Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring and the Outlast games. Scar has been doing a playthrough of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Shitterlock is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 4. He's also got on his channel a Mafia 3 playthrough coming up, and also Assassin's Creed 2 as well. And Shin is also highly recommended. He's doing a playthrough of Like a Dragon Ishin. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. No worries at all for the stream, Shilla. No problemo, dude. And Mr. Gote, same to you as well, dude. No worries for the stream. And for the shout out as well, no problemo. No worries at all, dude. That's okay, Lucinda. No worries at all for the stream. Milan Barney is a whale of a time barking at the seagulls. The seagulls are like, this dog's barking at us. Sheila, that's no problemo for the shout out, dude. Same to you as well, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you a shout out. Alright, so the next stream of this, which will be Sunday for me, it's actually going to be a shorter stream and it's going to be a late start. So to make up for tomorrow's stream being shorter, I'm also going to do a stream of this on Monday. So it'll be Saturday, well, the Saturday stream, I'm ending that now, but Sunday and Monday will be Disco Elysium. Milan, the seagulls sound like they're laughing at him. Oh no. It's like, come on, seagulls. We're going to go and raid out to Gizlek, who's playing Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. There's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got one that I'll put in for subscribers as well. Milan, how many things can you get in one title? Dragon, Pirate, and Yakuza. It's a good combination, isn't it? Just need to put ninja in there somewhere. So I'm going to update this schedule in the stream elements to have Monday as Disco Elysium. But that's the current schedule. Sunday, Disco Elysium again, and then on Monday as well. Tomorrow's stream of Disco Elysium is going to be a late start my time. And Wednesday next week, I'll be starting Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness remastered. I'll be doing the playthrough of that. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. Hope that everyone has a good one. It's been good to get back to this game. Been looking forward to replaying it for a while now. The next game will be called Like a Dragon Pirate because the Hitman from the Mafia.